And we are live. Just gonna let a few people jump in. See who we got. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share the link. Now, how did I forget to share it to Dagger Spot? I'm tripping. See my brother Rocky in the building. Seems like Rocky always the first person in. All right, bro. We can go ahead and get this thing popping, man. Welcome to Paradigm Shift TV. I should say welcome back to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother DMG the Poet, aka Brother Bianchi. And we are back live and in effect, back and blacker than ever. And we got a very special show with a powerful brother who I've been wanting to build with for a while. And he's gonna speak his speech. But before we get into his spiel, let me do my usual greeting. Let me say hotep to my Kemetic brothers and sisters. Let me say God bless to my Christian brothers and sisters. Let me say shalom to my Hebrew brothers and sisters. Let me say Islam to my Moorish brothers and sisters. Let me say assalamu alaikum to my brothers and sisters in the NOI. Let me say peace to my brothers and sisters in the nation of gods and earth, them 5%ers. Let me say what's up to my atheist brothers and sisters out there. And let me say jumbo to the rest of my brothers and sisters throughout the African diaspora, be it here in the wilderness of the United States of America or beyond. Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you, and I hope you with me. Our different ideologies should not keep us from uniting, and we can have unity without uniformity, and we can disagree without being disrespectfully disagreeable. With that, my brother, please introduce yourself to the Paradigm Shift TV 314 audience, and let's get it in.
Blessings, blessings. My name is Courtney Thompson. Blessings to everybody in the room. Blessings to the chat. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to have this interview and listen to this speech I gave.
No doubt, no doubt. So before we get into the meat and potatoes of your presentation, or the information you'll be sharing, I should say, were you raised a Christian, or did you kind of convert later in life?
Yeah, so my upbringing was in a Christian household. My family was and still are Christian. So that was the first religious experience that I encountered. As a child, I did have a very interesting fascination with cosmology, stars, everything dealing with origins of things, and also issues related to God. You know, by the time I became a teenager, I began to fall away from Christian faith to a certain extent, and but I never really stopped believing in God. I always believed that there was a higher power or something of that sense out there. Now, religiously speaking, when I fell away from Christianity, it was more or less because of more or less personal reasons. Or why would God do this? Why would God do that? And I began to doubt the teachings about God according to the Bible. Later on, around my teenage years, I got introduced to Islam. And my introduction to Islam was very enlightening for a lot of different reasons. But ultimately, the reason why I left Islam was because of the Jesus issue. You know, Surah 4, 157, 158 is very clear on Jesus not dying nor being crucified, but being raised unto Allah, unto himself, and there's a lot of different perspectives on those, how to interpret that aspect of the Quran. But historically speaking, I had questions, and I didn't find satisfying answers from the Muslim brothers in regards to their understanding of this historical event being retold in the Quran. And it wasn't just that particular issue. Arguably, there's other things related to Jesus in the Quran that caused me to question the Quranic literature. And so when I got to analyzing who Jesus was again, freshly and in a new way, I began to come closer and closer back to my original religious convictions with Christianity. And I ended up becoming a Christian, and again, or rededicating my life as a Christian to God. And that experience has been very fascinating, because as a Christian, I'm no longer, at least as the type of Christian that I am, I don't really see it necessary to just be limited to evangelical academics or evangelical scholarship. I like reading more than just the evangelical perspective. I like reading the arguments, because arguments do have a mode of persuasive ability to them. And I'm personally not here to try to convert anybody directly. I don't think that it's my job to convert anyone. I think that as a Christian, it's my job to provide a defense or give a reasonable answer for the hope and the faith that I have. And I'll leave it right there for now.
Okay, because one of my first conversations with you, I didn't even realize you were a Christian. And when you mentioned it, I was like, huh, okay. Because yourself and I, both members of the Dagger Squad, and I'm just like, I just couldn't imagine a Christian, number one, wanting to be in the Dagger Squad. Number two, actually being in the Dagger Squad, and I was new to the group. And so, you know, I'm listening, looking at you go back and forth with different people, and then when we started interacting, I was like, I appreciate the correction, bro, because if one of my apologist brothers would have got a hold of that, they'd have beat me to smithereens. And you was like, well, actually, I'm a Christian. I was like, huh? So, but I appreciate that because one of the things I probably watch and read more stuff that I disagree with than stuff that I agree with, just because you kind of wanna stay up on, you know, what the opposition is putting forth, and you know, and things of that nature. So it seems like you pretty well versed in Islam. Have you studied anything outside of Christianity and Islam with regards to theology?
I'm in school for biblical studies. There are certain required courses such as world religions, theology in general, things of that nature that have introduced me to other theological conceptions, worldviews, so forth and so on. I have a very interesting reason why I'm very interested in theological discourse, and that's primarily because of the philosophical underpinnings and theological underpinnings that complement each other in my perspective in order to argue about these foundational issues, such as does God exist or anything of that nature. So yeah, I'm very much like you know, I'm very much a toss bag, you know, a mixed bag when it comes to what I read. I do have certain evangelical academics or believing scholars that have had major influences on the way I think about things, but I can't really say only evangelicals have had major influences on the way I think about some of these issues. You know, so I think that we do need to have multiple perspectives to analyze these issues, whether they are religions, and with more perspectives comes more nuance, you know, and with more nuance, now you're able to better understand where people are coming from, or regardless of their theological positions or the theological convictions that they're arguing for or that they have. You know, so yeah, I have briefly looked at, you know, due to my introduction, and it's crazy how I got introduced to the Kemetic community or the Black conscious community, you know, especially when my father, I didn't really know him growing up, but the only thing I did know about my father was he was a Pan-African, you know, so I went to his house when I was 8, 9 years old. He had a big table, red, green, and black, you know, and I'm in Chicago, and those colors also have gang affiliations. So I didn't know if it was mob affiliation or if it was, you know, Pan-Africanism. And my mother ended up telling me, yeah, your dad's really big on Pan-Africanism. My mother, she's an educator, and she's a teacher, very well educated. And again, we're from Chicago originally. And when we moved to Georgia when I was a kid, it was more, Courtney, look, you don't get this type of cultural exposure to different perspectives in Georgia. Let me introduce you to these different perspectives as well. So yeah, with my mother also, you know, she took me to different churches. I've been to Roman Catholic churches, Eastern Orthodox churches, Pentecostal. I've experienced a wide range of Christian worship services. I've experienced more than just Christian worship. We've gone to with my mother. My mother never became a Muslim. But yeah, like we have family also that's NOI, some that are Sunni, you know, so we, it was there, and it was more or less in our face in Chicago. Once it got to Georgia, my mother put it in our face. She gave us cultural exposure, you know, and like I was talking about with my father, I didn't know that he was affiliated with anything dealing with the Black conscious community until about 8, 9 years ago when it was two worldviews clash on Sinetta. Kemetic verse things, the Hebrew Israelites, because in the midst of those conversations, I'm getting acquainted with the Black conscious community. And then I randomly get a message from my father in text message and in Facebook messages talking about, hey, I see you doing your thing in these chats, keep it up. So it's been very interesting, the community of the conscious community, the impact it's had on my life so far. It's gotten me somewhat more reconnected with my father. And so I see nothing but blessings. And in light of my own personal experiences of not just my own religious experiences, but others, you know.
Give me 1 second, bro. My wife just came down. Just 1 second.
Okay. I'll fill in some more talking there for you. So yeah, the conscious community has been an interesting aspect of my life the last decade. You know, like I said, I got reacquainted with my father somewhat due to the conscious community, due to the Kemetic Hebrew Israelite debates. Um, it's been interesting. Just getting and theology is very fascinating to me personally. I find foundational issues very interesting the way people perceive them. And yes, it's just been something very interesting to me theologically, philosophically, and things of that nature. So yeah, I love religious studies. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, that was actually, now, I tell everybody, and I say it in a joking way, but it's actually true. I'm a high school dropout, but I got my GED. And when I got my GED, uh, my mother-in-law, actually, or future mother-in-law, was like, you can just start taking college courses. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I was one of these kids who was told they had a learning disability, but it was actually just in that current environment, the 80s, 90s, they just hadn't quite figured out how to teach it. I didn't figure that out until I started taking these college courses and I'm in these college classrooms and I'm excelling. But still in that mind frame that, school not necessarily for me. I'm just taking classes that I'm interested in, like world religions, religious studies, world history, Western civilization, things of that nature, philosophy, and Greek mythology, and so on and so forth, humanities. But the world religions class shed so much light on Buddhism, Egyptian mythology, like from even outside of the conscious sector, but just from a scholarly perspective, and it was like, man, like just stuff that you just never knew, and even the different I don't want to say sects, but denominations of Christianity, which is. But before I go to that though, with your dad and him being a Pan African and being involved in the conscious community, uh, it did that. How did that impact or not impact y'all relationship in terms of did it kind of help y'all relate to each other better? Were y'all able to exchange information on that front?
Yeah, we've been able to exchange information better. We've had more conversations. When as a child, I only spoke to him 3 times that I can remember. I'm not trying to point the finger. You know, fathers and mothers, they have their own little issues and they be blaming each other for things. So I'm not trying to point the finger, but it has given an outlet for communication to him and with him. So it's been fruitful. in the fact that I've been able to have more conversations with him since
Yeah,
he's seen my activity in Dagger Squad, the conscious community, Facebook threads, and things of that nature.
that's what's up. That's what's up. And yeah, hey, bro, when it come to relationships between parents, if I told you the situation with my parents, we'll be here all day. So
Man,
I get it 100%. So with that said, as I was talking about the different denominations within Christianity, you're a Calvinist now,
yes.
but were you raised a Calvinist, or is that something you discovered as you got older and later on in life?
So my family is and when I speak of my family, I'm primarily speaking on my mother's side because I'm fairly, even to this day, somewhat ignorant on things related to my pops. But in regards to my mother, both her mother and her father were affiliated with the same church denomination. And so that church denomination is Cachusa, Church of Christ Holiness USA. It's one of the holiness movements, Black holiness movements. It's a sister, same founders essentially as Kojic. It's just they're not so apostolic, if you will. They don't hold to like the gifts of the spirit. We're not as sensational. From our perspective, they're much more sensationalistic. So the speaking in tongues, gifts of the spirit, active prophets, things of that nature, we more or less reject. Um, so it that's where the denomination is, even to this day with me. I'm still affiliated with that denomination. Now, this denomination is not a Calvinistic group. It's not a Calvinistic sect, if you will. Calvinism primarily flourishes amongst Anglicans, Reformed, certain Baptist communities, um, uh, the Presbyterians, and things of that nature. Episcopalians, they're more or less Calvinistic in their structure. But you sort of got to understand that when it comes to academia, especially in America, the majority of the seminaries sort of teach some form of the 5 points of Calvinism as part and parcel with theological training, even if the community is more Arminian. So like my particular denomination is more Arminian in theological interpretation. And so in regards to being a Calvinist, I would more or less say that it's a hermeneutical approach. It's a hermeneutical and a systematic approach to understanding the scripture holistically. There are certain things about Calvinism that require its adherents to bite the bullet on some very tough issues. Like did God create evil? Um, there's a lot of things in which Calvinists traditionally bite the bullet, and I think that their justification for biting the bullet is legitimate and probably the best solution to some of these issues. Now the wording is going to be the big hermeneutical issue, how you demonstrate it from scripture. But in general, yeah, I fell in love with the Calvinistic hermeneutic because I find in all generalities, the Calvinistic interpretation of what scripture essentially is teaching, I see it very consistent with what scripture is teaching.
Okay, okay. And for the layman, what
Mhm.
is the difference between Calvinism and the other denominations like Baptist, Lutheran, Pentecostal, Church of God in Christ, uh, that you would sort of articulate to kind of let people know, or if it's any differences. and then kind of give the dichotomy between a Calvinist and a Arminian.
Oh,
If you
so
have, if in any
right,
abbreviated way you can.
right, no problem. So it's sort of complicated because these are in-house Protestant debates.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to foundational creeds, we're all pretty much in agreement to those foundational Christian creeds. So it's ultimately an issue or issues related to, say, the 5 points of Calvinism. The 5 points of Calvinism are normally represented through the acronym TULIP. I would recommend, I personally think R.C. Sproul is one of the best communicators on the foundations of what TULIP is attempting to articulate. So I would recommend people go and consider R.C. Sproul's videos on TULIP and in general Reformed theology. Because in general, Lutherans, Calvinists, Arminians, they all more or less see the scripture in very much the same way. It's certain little details by which we differ. So I'm not super familiar with Lutheranism, so I can't really speak on that per se. But in regards to Arminianism versus Calvinism, a big issue is grace. Is grace prevenient, or does God know? Like, is grace predestined? Like, are we predestined? Certain aspects of predestination would be major points of divergence between our Arminian and Calvinist aspects of even God's knowledge. And now this is springing up very prominently amongst Reformed and Calvinist exegetes of Scripture. A lot of Calvinists are becoming Molinists, and Molinism and a lot of Arminians are accepting Molinism due to some very prominent voices in the community. But Molinism is an issue regarding the knowledge of God. Does God have what is called middle knowledge? I don't want to misspeak, so I would just defer to conversations. A really good one and very recent one is James White versus William Lane Craig on the Unbelievable podcast.
I just watched that probably about a month and a half ago.
Yeah, so in that conversation, James White is standing on a Calvinistic Reform perspective, and William Lane Craig will be the Arminian in that perspective. But there's a lot of similarities. Molinism is very strong with the sovereignty of God, just like Calvinism is. There's just certain dilemmas, and these dilemmas are for all believers because we're all dealing with the same text. It's a matter of how you reconcile it, namely in regards to what type of knowledge does God have? Does God have what is called middle knowledge or not? Is middle knowledge even needed? I feel like it is added hypothesis to the equation that sort of delimits the knowledge of God to something outside of himself that he has to acquiesce to. So it can get very complicated, very technical. And one of the things we're going to be talking about today is probably next to the philosophical or analytical theology is probably the most complicated aspects of biblical studies, textual criticism. But yeah, we're going. Let's keep on going with these questions. I really like this.
Okay. And then I only got two more, and maybe three. We'll see how it goes. But I only got two more for right now. What's your take on atheism, and as a Christian, why atheism doesn't make sense?
This is beautiful. I personally think that atheists are people that quite frequently have an they want to assert their autonomy in a universe that's not owned or created, established, or in principle functioning according to their will.
I'm gonna make a clip out of that, as Zoriak say on Cross the Line. I'm gonna make a clip out of that answer. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I also believe that atheism is intellectually incapable of providing a ground for foundational aspects of knowledge, epistemological grounds, numerical grounds, like and especially in a very strict materialistic worldview. You can't justify the practical usages of many of these conceptual frameworks that we apply in order to interpret the universe. And I think that the best answer for those conceptual frameworks would be to ground them in God. Not necessarily saying that when we think about logic, what modal logic in all essentials, the law of identity, law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, those three foundational premises of modal logic, I think they can be grounded in God. And I think that them being grounded in God give us more than just a practical application or a practical tool usage of these conceptions, but they actually give us a legitimate conceptual framework in order to be able to ascertain truth. And it gets very complicated. I am a presuppositionalist in Calvinistic theological circles. The terms are beginning to evolve from presuppositionalism to covenantal apologetics or things of that nature, but it's beginning with understanding, according to scripture, who God tells us he is. So there are certain foundational aspects of who God claims to be, such as he doesn't lie. We take those at face value in order to have a standard. And we have to go by the absolute standard in order to understand anything else that's derived from that. And so I think that the law of identity, like the laws of modal logic, they reflect God's character and his internal consistency. They supplement each other and demonstrate in a transcendental way that God does exist.
Wow. Hey, that's one of the best ways I think I've heard it put, bro. And like I say, I'm gonna have to make a clip. But that said, what do you say to brothers and sisters like myself being included in within this spectrum, not necessarily falling under this particular umbrella, but in this spectrum that take issue with Christianity with regards to the transatlantic slave trade and the victimization of our ancestors, being a Black man in America, understanding our plight and the perils that we've fallen into under the auspices of white supremacy and racism. Those who envelope Christianity into the scope of white supremacy, what do you say to individuals who do? Because I don't fall into that category, but for individuals who include Christianity into the envelope of white supremacy, what's your response to that?
I think they have a misplaced hate. I think it's a misplaced hate because of the historical significance of the major initial centers of Christianity where it flourished. Christianity originally flourished without the threat of forced conversion throughout the Roman Empire, but primarily in northeastern and north, almost all the way to northwestern Africa, very far northwest Africa, before the time of Constantine. So Christianity was able to spread, flourish throughout Africa without the transatlantic slave trade being the primary mode by which people converted. And I say that we should take in consideration the reality of what the transatlantic slave trade did do, because there's a lot of negative things that occurred in light of that situation. So I just think in some instances it's misplaced hate, it's ignorance in light of the historical situation, especially how Christianity really began to become a major problem for empires, you know. So yeah, Christianity, one reason why I love the study of New Testament is because of this particular issue. I see the flow of history changing at a certain point for conversion, for territorial property. The slave trade had major cultural influences, and it was justified by many people that believed in the Bible. I'm currently in Georgia now. This is the Bible South. You know, I'm no longer in Chicago. I moved from Chicago about a month and a half ago, but I'm being back in Georgia. You know, it's a completely different type of cultural environment. The community I live in during the time of 9/11, they were very strong against Islam. Now we have one Islamic education center in the middle of the town. So like the paradigm shifts, the history, I think we just got to be more attentive to these historical things. We have to be more attentive to the historical reasons that come into the forefront that caused the transatlantic slave trade. You know, we just have to be more attentive, and we can't be so quick to just place all the blame on Christians or any one particular group. This was a unified action by more than just white Christians. And the harsh reality is in some communities, you know, you want to say, oh, well, Egypt's the biggest, baddest original thing that everyone's plagiarizing and stealing ideas from. If that's the case, we might be able to see certain aspects of black on black crime in antiquity that might be the forerunners of these acculturation of practices in order to show dominance over other people. And I really think that's the wrong way to look at it. But if that's the way you're considering some of this information, you know, you might just have the wrong lens of analyzation. You might be looking at it from your very biased perspective. And I think we got to stop. We really got to stop just being so fixed on promoting only our conclusions. You know what I'm saying? We have to be willing to challenge some of our conclusions.
Yeah, because one of the things that I'm 45. I'll be 46 in October. I've been married to my wife for 25 years. And so we got married when I was 20. I've been knowing her since I was in the second grade. And she was raised in church. I wasn't. And so in going to her church changed my life. I tell people all the time, if I hadn't went to that church, probably wouldn't be standing here, because you know I was into typical young black male in the 1990s. So you know, my wife was the girl who, when she found out I was trying to be a street pharmacist, told me she was gonna break up with me. Not she didn't glorify it. She didn't get excited about it. She told me, hey, I got a kid. I'm trying to live a particular way. I'm going to break up with you. I can't do this. I care about you, but this ain't that. And I'm like, I didn't got the girl her. I'm the dude from the E40 song. I didn't bought the Dooney and Burke. I didn't got the hair done. You did, like literally. I didn't did these things, and so I'm like, what? But I tell her all the time, had she not done that, my cousin, who I idolized, ended up losing his life at 22 years old, and that could have easily had been me, young, hot headed, you know, and but she was part of the reason why I got out of that lifestyle. And you know, always was sort of a bridge to better decisions. And so going to her church sort of continued to foster that. Now, I no longer believe in that deity, so to speak, but
Mm-hmm.
I still have a tremendous amount of love and respect for the people in that church and for the Black church overall. And I find it difficult to understand why people who no longer believe have such a negative uh, connotation towards the Black church when I know what this institution has done and meant for our people, not only in current times, but throughout history. When we look at Richard Allen and Absalom Jones and the things that they set up and did for our people. So, what's your analysis on this sort of like disregard for the history of the Black church as an institution and what it's done to push our people forward in power since during slavery and um, after?
That's tough. I mean, with every epoch, there's different cultural questions being raised about the past. With every epoch, there's different cultural issues that are raised about the past. And with certain plights currently being experienced by the majority of Black people, they might point the finger and say, well, look at what's going on with my granny. You know, they see in their life their granny's always going to church. Their granny's always giving money to the pastor. Their granny might be following a little bit too much in person worship than revering God. And so that turns people off. People begin to weaponize God. You know, I'll send all types of things get said, especially we all have heard them. We all have heard these little threats and comments made by our family members where they weaponize God in order to try to get you in correction. And I think there is a place for that, but in our current culture, it's going to cause more resentment towards the God, especially a biblical God concept, because it seems like quite frequently all God want to do is judge you by a lot of people's standards. And so, you know, like you said, a lot of that positivity that's coming out of the Black community, the Black churches, gets overlooked, you know, because a lot of people are just looking at that they see all the wrong. They see all the wrong, you know, and they emphasize all the wrong. They don't really emphasize any of the good. They don't talk about how, oh yeah, Shaniqua's family, who's always going to church and always paid their tithes, Shaniqua's family house just burned down. But what did that church community do? They had money saved up. They have opportunities. A lot of churches have opportunities for people that get disenfranchised like that, and they look out. They get them another house. They start them off with a mortgage. They get them everything they essentially need: clothing,
Bro,
shelter.
I
And a
tell
lot of
people,
people, yeah,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
I ain't mean to cut your wisdom, but I tell people this, 'cause this firsthand. I tell people this all the time. See, my wife and I are doing well,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm grateful for that. My wife, a vice president at the company she work at.
Thanks for all.
I got a couple of businesses and a 9 to 5 where I do well. So we good. But it was a time when the only thing I could do to put food on the table was donate plasma. Literally going and donate
Yeah,
plasma 3 days a week.
I've
And
been there.
and when I was in that predicament, the church was paying the electric bill and the gas
Mm-hmm.
bill and the rent. Not because my wife is etched in the family that's the predominant family in the church, but because we was a family in need, because we weren't the only people that they was doing it for. And so I've experienced these things firsthand. And I just be wondering, like, dog, am I an anomaly? Like, I can't be. I know I'm not the only person who is now a non-believer that experienced these things in excuse me, in the black church. Like, did they forget, or did they really just have a totally different experience than I did? I just be curious about that. But I like your analysis though with regards to, kind of looking back and seeing that these individuals needed help and they got it from this institution. But it's like we forget that, or we just disregard that.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's one of the main ways in which the Christian religion spread throughout the Roman Empire. Even by the time of Pliny the Younger, when he's talking about the Christians during that time period, he's talking about how there's essentially the pagan religious temples were being vacated. So why would that be happening? Oh, because you got these on the ground, person to person communities identifying as Christians, bringing children into their household, kids that were seen as unwanted, adopting them into their family, communities gathering together and assisting people, and those were major cultural functions of the early Christian community in a lot of major cities throughout the Roman Empire, and it was one of the reasons why the gods got destroyed. I would suggest a healthy reading of really three books in this regard. Michael Kruger wrote a book a couple of years ago on the second century church, well, early Christianity, and he talks about this a little bit. Larry Hurtado wrote a book explicitly called Destroyer of the Gods, how Christianity spread throughout the first 3 centuries. He also has a supplemental book, which was a lecture called How Christianity Spread the First 300 Years, or up until Constantine. Very compact book filled with a lot of information. And also Bart Ehrman's Constantine book. All three of those, yeah, all four of those books were published, I think, in the same year. They all talk about, the cultural impact of Christianity in regards to its expansion, all the way up until the time of Constantine.
Okay. Yeah, and I definitely will try to check out that Bart Ehrman book. I'm a fan of old Bartholomew. But with that being said, let's get into the information that you came to disseminate, because I end up talking your head off all night if we don't.
No, it's all good. I was going to say before we get there, I think it was one question you told me you was going to ask me. How did I get affiliated with Dagger Squad? But I ain't answer yet.
I forgot about that. Yes. How did you get affiliated with our brother? I call him Garfield the Great, but how did you get affiliated with Garfield and the Dagger Squad?
Yes. So about, I guess, 8, 9, almost 9 years ago now, I began to do a little bit of YouTube, and I didn't really do debates. I would just be in chats and in live streams and stuff like that. But I started to sort of get my name out there in threads, on Facebook pages, and just trying to more or less rebut some of the misunderstandings coming from Ehrman from that first major book he published called Misquoting Jesus. And so after Misquoting Jesus, the conscious community, they all, Garfield included, well, according to Ehrman, we have no original manuscripts. It didn't exist, and so Garfield and I had a little debate. We had a discussion. I'll say it was a discussion over a cold winter evening in my car. I called Garfield, he called me, and we had a little talk. And that's sort of what introduced me to Dagger Squad. And Then he started getting me on his blog talk radio. This is before the YouTube channel really exploded the way it did. And so yeah, he put me on there with him, Rob Bourne, and a lot of other people. And we began to get acquainted with each other in some very harsh conversations, some very tough conversations. And yeah, a lot of it was circumventing around Bart Ehrman. A lot because this was right around the time. This is before the did his historical Jesus. The Red Book was published by Ehrman on historical Jesus. This is around the time this quote of Jesus was published. Okay. And so with all of that stuff coming out, and then right before the Red Book did historical Jesus get published, I started noticing that Ehrman would do like interviews still like almost a year later, still on misquoting Jesus. And people were saying, hey, like big crowds were asking him, so you don't think Jesus existed? And Ehrman said something that sort of shocked me in light of some of the very often repeated comments you heard coming from Ehrman, and that was, no, I do believe Jesus did exist. I do believe Jesus was a historical figure. I think we know plenty about historical Jesus. And I was like, what? How do you get to that conclusion? He said, wait for my next book. Yeah, I'm still on the phone. And then so I got the book, and that sort of introduced me to more of the historical Jesus issues on a very popular level. But Ehrman's a really good communicator,
Yeah.
And he's very poignant and succinct in his communication. Now,
surprisingly charismatic.
Oh yes, and this is where I really enjoy Ehrman because it's complicated, and we'll sort of talk about it while we begin to talk about textual criticism.
Okay. Yeah. And did you get to see the latest that 7-hour marathon debate between Ehrman and Mike McConnell?
No, to me that was a whole lot of foolery. I have not seen it. I think the information would be useful, but I wasn't planning on seeing it. I prefer to just pick up their books and read the transcripts or something of that nature. I'm not super big on only reading book reviews or, I prefer to look at whatever I can that's the original content and then make my own decisions from there.
Gotcha. All right, let's get into the info.
All right. So textual criticism, what is it? And sort of going to hit on early artifacts for the Christian community. So textual, and I'm primarily speaking about New Testament textual criticism today. Now, a couple of the sources I got will be functioning off the New Testament and Old Testament introduction to textual criticism, but I will be primarily focusing on New Testament. All right. So, yeah, textual criticism. What is it? Textual criticism is the science and art. It's not an exact science, but it's the science and art of reconstructing the original wording of a lost document, or the original lost document, the autograph, or the initial text, right? The document that came from the hand of a attributed author. So it doesn't matter whether we're talking about religious documents or non-religious documents. The majority of ancient texts, even in regards to ancient Egypt, have gaps and textual variation in their many copies. And a lot of people don't realize that. Ancient Egypt does sort of spoil certain people because you get quite a bit of ancient material from Egypt. The land territory is conducive for preserving certain type of documents in some areas. Yeah, in some areas. Yeah, it's but we got to also remember, even though it's a very dry area, there was a comment that was made on one of the interviews Garfield recently did with David Falk, David Falk,
Mm.
an Egyptologist. And that comment was, even though we got a lot of material from ancient Egypt, we don't have a whole lot of, you know, governmental records from ancient Egypt.
Exactly. Yep.
You know,
Yep.
and we know that the Egyptians were some of the first recyclers. That's part of the reason why Tanis is misplaced, if you will, because the bricks would be reused at different locations, towns would be destroyed and then rebuilt. So it would be things of that nature that we got to take in consideration. But yeah, Christianity
Think how many
spread.
times the capital was moved. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
so all of that got to be taken into account. But I ain't gonna keep interrupting.
No, you good. You good if you interrupt. I'm okay with that. But yeah, so textual criticism is the art and science of reconstructing a lost original document. We have to do textual criticism for biblical documents, a lot of ancient authors. You name an author from the first century, for example, we got to do textual criticism in order to reconstruct their original document. Josephus, we don't have any originals for Josephus. We don't have any originals for Manetho. We don't have any originals for a lot of ancient authors. All we got are copies of copies of copies. So a lot of people heard Bart Ehrman making this big deal about only having copies of copies of copies, very far removed from their original composition, as if this was something unique to the Christian documents. It's not. This is something very common amongst all ancient sources. In regards to the New Testament, though, it's a very interesting paradigm because the documents, shouts out to the show, Paradigm Shift, it's a very interesting paradigm because we have an abundance of literature, an abundance of handwritten copies that proliferated in light of time, history, space, and a widespread geographical location of particular text being duplicated, copied and copied and copied and copied, copied and copied and copied. And in regards to artifacts, a lot of people really don't, at least scholars used to not really think about the manuscripts as artifacts. They would think of the manuscripts more or less as documents, which is weird, but in all technicality, all of these ancient manuscripts are ancient artifacts of the early Christian community. They inform much more than just what likely was an exemplar text that we don't have access to anymore. They inform to us today, writing methods, copyist methods, um, consistency in transmission. We get to analyze these ancient documents and we get to see and scrutinize the copying process of these people in these ancient time periods. And it only becomes easier if you have an abundance of manuscripts. In regards to the New Testament, the numbers generally fluctuate. There's a little bit of problem in the numbers. One of those problems in the numbers is exactly how many manuscripts do we have in Greek or in any other language? Because the early Christians wanted their text proliferating. They wanted to continuously read them in communities, in the church, in the synagogue, in their worship services. The Christians were inheritors of a canon. That canon was called the Septuagint. That Septuagint was a literary text that was the foundational text of the Jews in all respects. It was just a translated foundational text of the Jews. And when the Christians began to travel, evangelize, and preach the gospel, they already had the Old Testament with them. We can tell these type of things in works like Paul. Paul talks about grab my parchments and things of that nature while he's writing a letter and about to go traveling throughout the Greco-Roman world. So these things have to be taken into consideration because there was a literary culture that was very unique amongst the Jews in ancient Rome. The Jews seem to primarily be unique as literary people. So yeah, back to the numbers. The numbers are very interesting because every year more manuscripts are found, and quite frequently manuscripts are lost. Not only are manuscripts lost, sometimes they get refound or they get analyzed, scrutinized, and critiqued and assimilated to another document. So one fragment might have originally been seen as an individual text separate from another manuscript. And then more scholars look at the data, more scholars analyze the writings and things of that nature. And the determination happens to be, oh no, this particular manuscript was likely part of the same codex as this other manuscript. So now the cataloging of manuscripts can be a problem. But in general, there's a little bit more than 5,500 Greek New Testament manuscripts that have survived over history. These manuscripts begin to attest in the manuscript record, in the artifacts, as early as the 2nd century. Another issue is comparatively speaking, like when you look at the New Testament manuscripts and you compare them to other classical works, we don't have as many classical works in translation or their original language text extant in the archaeological record. We frequently have to wait a slightly longer period of time before the earliest attested manuscript of, say, Homer Iliad appears, comparatively speaking, to the New Testament. Some of this is simply due to the time gaps. Homer's Iliad is well before the New Testament, and it's not in the same culture. But we do know that the Iliad, Homer's works, were being utilized for educational purposes throughout the Hellenized culture, the Hellenized epoch, the Greco-Roman culture. And it's essentially its whole educational time span. So these texts, at least when it comes to the New Testament, they appear earlier. It's often been misspoken by many Christian apologists and academics that these manuscripts are more full in their earliest attestated form. There's less than 100 early fragments of the New Testament for the first 300 years. By the 4th century, that's where we begin to get larger and fuller collections of New Testament manuscripts. Another interesting feature in regards to New Testament manuscripts, these documents as artifacts, and again, the terminology of artifacts is currently being understood by academics for these manuscripts.
You're
And
not
this
sharing
was
your
being,
screen, are you, bro?
no, I'm currently not, no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, like a lot of these artifacts, or the terminology for artifacts is primarily being promoted by scholars like Brenton Bordy, who wrote a book called God's Library, and before him, Larry Hurtado, who recently passed away a couple of years ago. So this terminology is beginning to be much more frequent, and scholars are considering the literary remains of the early church with more historical value than how they used to look at them. Primarily because of the abundance of literature that we got, you know. So all right. Now I'll get ready to share something on my screen because it's going to get real fast and real fascinating real quick. All right.
All right.
So, all right. All right, here, let me go here. All right, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
My bad, I was muted, bro. Yes, sir, I can see it.
All right, beautiful. Now, the book I have up right now, this is called Textual Criticism of the Bible. This is a revised edition. It's a very, very up-to-date book. Alrighty, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
All right, you was breaking up a little bit there.
All right, yeah, I got a phone call, so
Oh,
sorry
okay.
about that.
You good.
All right, so yeah, this book is an introduction to textual criticism for both Old and New Testament text. And so right now, because everybody's already seen, I'm assuming a lot of people have seen the lectures from Dan Wallace and Bart Ehrman, where they talk about more or less the data. You know, there are some issues with the way the data is often presented because it's often presented in a polemical fashion. And we have to be critical of the ways things get presented. You know, so in regards to textual criticism, yeah, we have about 5,500 manuscripts in Greek alone. The numbers go much more beyond that. And in regards to other languages, other translations, and in regards to the type of variations, this is really where a lot of people get misunderstood. So the type of variation, first and foremost, the number of variations, and how do we identify a textual variant? A textual variant is any difference between manuscripts, right? All right, so I actually tried to share the wrong screen. I'll do it like this. Here we go. All right, a textual variation is any difference in the manuscript. Now, what I currently have up here is another website. This website is actually a beta version. It's not fully done, but they've uploaded what has been completely done. This website takes the principles of textual criticism, which we will be going over in a little bit, and applies them in algorithmic form to the raw data of manuscripts. So right here in this light blue section, where you see 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, and 32, these are all particular manuscripts, right? If I were to click on 01, it will bring up Codex Sinaiticus. You see, it gives us some information in regards to this particular manuscript. Codex Sinaiticus is one of those great manuscripts, codices that was produced in the 4th century underneath Constantine. Constantine gave money back to the church and told them, go ahead and reproduce your literature. And in that process, they created quite a few manuscripts, quite a few codexes. Codex Beza, which would be, where is it? I believe code 05. Yep. This is another one of those great manuscripts that was produced during that time period. Codex Beza, and also Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Alexandrinus, were all produced in light of Constantine giving the Christians money to reproduce their documents. So what we're looking at on the screen, we have a few manuscripts. Now, the way that this method was applied, they have to have attestation for reading within the first 4 centuries. So this is somewhat much more limited than other apparatuses, if you will, for doing the actual work of textual criticism. But right here, what we're able to see is something that you won't really see in other textual apparatuses or in other printed editions of the critical text of the New Testament. Right here, I'm easily able to show you some of these textual variations and features in the manuscripts compared to, say, a printed edition. Right here, where you see WH, NA, SBL, these are all printed editions of New Testament. They're basically critical editions of the New Testament. But up here we have manuscripts and ancient codices, ancient witnesses. So what this method did, again, it digitized everything and it inputted the raw data for the first 400 years of the manuscript tradition into an algorithm in order to produce these statistical restorations of word choices. So right here at this line, in this particular website, like I said, it's very new. This system was essentially used in one of the more recent textual critical forms available, the Tyndale House, Greek New Testament. So they utilized textual data like this in order to construct their critical edition. But what we see here are some very interesting things. Number one, we see different words. So we see manuscripts that don't have the same words in every last instance. So right here, you don't have the definite article in all of the manuscripts. But the definite article does appear in 3 out of 6 of the early witnesses. Right here, we have a spelling variation. These are all spelling variations, textual variants. Right here, we have a spelling variation of the word for and. So in English, there's technically no translational difference in these variant readings of different words. So kai, which is this word up here, this word means and, just like D means and, right? So the type of textual variation attested to in these 2 variants, very minimal. Also with the definite article, because Greek is more or less an inflected language. Definite articles don't function the same way they do in English. So it's not necessary. There's rules and grammar principles which are applied after the text has been reconstructed in order to get us a good translation. But according to the statistical recreation, it's more likely than not that the definite article was not original. It's more likely than not that the word and was spelled kai in the original manuscript compared to D in Greek. But it still would be the same translation. You see, and now right here, this is another little interesting feature that you really don't see a lot when textual criticism gets discussed. This feature right here is what they call nomina sacra, right? I can demonstrate it also in another interesting text. Let's go to John 1. All right, so in John 1, we find the word God, theon. It has a nomina sacra abbreviation in most manuscripts. You see, and what this nomina sacra is a abbreviated form. It's the first and last letter with the line over it. It's abbreviated form of sacred names. So I personally really do enjoy this particular feature because of this website. And again, you guys, if you can see the website, I'll have to share it later with you, so you can post it on the screen or whatever. But yeah, this website is very interesting because it more or less demonstrates how the field or how scholars within the field practice their reconstructional analysis. And you get to see more or less everything outlined for you. And it makes it a little bit easier for the layman to understand the type of spelling variations, because this is a spelling variant. The nomina sacra versus the word being spelled out. That's a spelling variant. There's no difference in meaning. It is technically the same term.
Yeah, hey, bro, this is a heavy tool for just somebody that's studying or somebody that's into apologetics. But let me ask you a
Yes.
question, because
Mhm.
my brother, and shout out to my brother for for hitting me up when I was in a bad headspace and telling me, "Nah, you ain't you ain't stopping your platform," because I was in a bad headspace and I was talking about stopping paradigm shift altogether. And my brother hit me up like, "Yeah, you ain't doing that." So, but shout out to MVP Chris Harris. But he in the building and he says this indicates that it's not the word of God. Then what do you say to that criticism?
I think that's a very bad criticism. We're talking about a time period when documents were originally transcribed through handwritten methods. And these documents were preserved through handwritten copies. So the mode of how these documents exist and their readings, they only demonstrate more or less our certainty of what's more likely the original wording. So it's, to me, it's a perspective that actually demonstrates that we can, in all respects, ascertain the original wording in most places. There's very few places where the text is very complicated or tough to ascertain the original wording at. And again, the type of textual variations that are abundant in the text are things that are normal when you handwrite a copy out. I don't know about when you were in school, but I'm a little bit younger than you, and I grew up with computers. I remember being in school, having computer class in school, and we were told, like, the teacher would have us do copying exercises. We would have a piece of paper next to the computer, and the teacher would either cover up our hands with a towel or turn off the screen and tell us to copy out everything we're reading or everything on this piece of paper in order for us to gain a better typing ability, in order for us to learn how to become better typers. And in that educational process, what you ended up learning was, hey, I might have misspelled a whole lot of words, or I might have missed a few words, but when you compared that individual copy with other copies and you throw away the exemplar that everybody had, you can generally reconstruct it with more copies. You can generally reconstruct the original beyond any reasonable doubt. And this is a perspective that, believe it or not, I gotta say was, and I don't know to what extent Ehrman currently holds to it, but Ehrman used to hold to that perspective. I can get the article in a little bit, but there was an article written by Bart Ehrman in '98. And in that article, he said that essentially textual scholars should acquiesce to the reality that there's a major historical endeavor that has been met. We really aren't getting any closer to the original wording of the New Testament. And he says essentially all scholars are doing is tinkering with the text. They're making a textual decision based upon one or another textual variant in the manuscripts. Very rarely are there examples of textual emendation or modern day scholars going into the New Testament and suggesting, oh, the grammar would work better here, regardless of how the author more likely originally wrote it. And then they change a word. Those type of things are not really, they're relevant to New Testament studies. There are a few examples of them in critical editions, but if they're not attested to in the manuscripts, then you really don't have good stake to plant your ground. You're appealing to conjecture when we have an abundance of literature to consult in order to reconstruct these documents, the original wording.
Okay. I just wanted to. I saw my brother in there. I say, okay, let me ask my brother real quick. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, these are some of the more not frequently mentioned type of textual variants. Like I said, the nomina sacra, the sacred names. And you see even here, we have different forms of the sacred name for the same word. So this is all the same word in different manuscripts. And it's even self-evident in the modern reconstructions, the modern critical text down here, from Westcott and Hort to the the text done by Michael Holmes, the former teacher of Ehrman and colleague of Ehrman currently. Uh, you know, all of these, there's very little variation. There's very little question over to what was the original wording here. You know, and this is an interesting aspect to New Testament textual criticism. Now, in regards to how many variants are there, that number is not settled. Some scholars, such as Peter Gurry from Phoenix Seminary, former student of Dan Wallace, he says that there's about 500,000 textual variants. Ehrman was saying 300,000. Now, an interesting consideration over these textual variants. I would say, and I could pull it up, go to John 18, chapter 18, because John 18 has, just chapter 18, has about 3,000 textual variants attested to in the manuscript tradition for that one chapter. What does that mean in regards to what was originally stated? In all respects, it means that most of those textual variants have very little, if any, bearing on the original wording. Most of them are misspellings or things of that nature. They're things that are easily to reconcile. And this is probably the hardest part in regards to doing the actual work of textual criticism. Because you might have a textual variant, and I'm not going to go to John 18 right now, but we'll go to John 1, verse 18. Some textual variants are considered to be theologically motivated changes, right? So that would be the type of theological possible alteration done in the manuscripts. And there's always a big issue in regards to assessing some of these things. So in John 1:18, you will notice right here a couple of these critical editions, such as the King James Textus Receptus. It has the unique sign. Some of these manuscripts, some of these critical editions have unique sign as a wording. But as we look above, there's only 2 manuscripts before the 4th century that actually have the word son here. The rest of them are simply God. There's another minor variant with the definite article. Is the article there or is the article likely not there? Some scholars differ over that. And there's legitimate reasons for having or not having the definite article there. But is Jesus the unique God or is Jesus the unique son? So according to the textual data, it looks like the earliest manuscripts more or less had the harder reading. This demonstrates that one of the things textual scholars try to do when they're doing textual criticism is go for the harder reading. They're aiming for the harder reading because the harder reading is more likely to get changed, to be softened up for theological reasons. Some scholars think that this manuscript is a theological change. 02. So this is something that's very intriguing. But the biggest problem here are these theological changes? Throughout the rest of John, we see John primarily calls Jesus Son of God. Son of God. Jesus calls himself Son of God in John as well. Likewise, we know that in the prologue, that's what many scholars consider to be the last of the prologue. But when we go up to John 1:1, what do we read? In the beginning was the Word was with God, proston theon, kai theos, and halagos. And God was the Word in a literal reading. But the best understanding is that this is a qualitative statement about the logos, primarily because the logos has a definite article. Believe it or not, this manuscript is considered to be theologically problematic because of the definite article here. It causes translational issues, but because we don't have an abundance of definite articles attested to in the manuscripts, it's more likely that the definite article is not originally attached to God, but logos. And throughout the rest of this text, the logos maintains the same form of the definite article. And it demonstrates grammatically and syntactically that the logos is the subject of the prologue. So there's literary features that you can also learn by means of doing textual criticism. And textual criticism is the foundation of how you do exegesis. You have to be able to establish what the text originally stated in order to say, this is how you interpret the text. And because there's an abundance of evidence, an abundance of witnesses, an abundance of manuscripts, it's very, 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 very easy. Very, very easy and very, very fun. Now, I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Do you have any questions, by the way? I'm about to go to another screen.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. So the idea that textual criticism is a tool to be used against Christianity is not necessarily true, because you just used it to reinforce Christianity.
It should never be used in that fashion. It should only be used to demonstrate what was most likely the original wording. When you listen to people like Bart Ehrman and they talk about some of the major textual variants, whether we're looking at 1 John 5, 7, and 8, or the woman caught in adultery, those do not appear in the earliest manuscripts. They get into the New Testament tradition due to later textual witnesses. So there's a history. There's a history of transmission that must be accounted for. And quite frequently, when you say things such as, oh yeah, we're pretty sure that the woman caught in adultery was not part of the text, what are you saying about everything else? That chapter 7 was likely how we have it in our critical edition? I think that's essentially what scholars are implying without explicitly saying it. And so there is a double-edged sword when textual criticism is used in a bad way to try to disprove Christianity. I don't think it can do that. The only thing it can do is disprove the wording of what was most likely originally written. You can only contest a reading by appealing to textual criticism.
Wow. Gotcha.
All right, so let me share this screen right here. All right. So I did sort of introduce you all on how to do it, but now I'm going to outline some interesting aspects. And this is again coming from this book right here, Textual Criticism of the Bible, Revised Edition. You guys can purchase the book or you guys can buy logos. I cannot get you this book for free. That's another aspect about what I have been able to provide to the Dagger Squad community. Resources get requested. I have a lot of access to a lot of resources. And so sometimes I'm able to share those resources without charge to the Dagger Squad. So I can actually get you, if you want to have access to these, I can share my information with you. But you have to contact me directly. I don't like giving out my personal information because this is a actual program that I've paid for. I spent a lot of money on these materials. And so you will be getting not my free downloadables. These are books that I've spent a lot of money on. And as you see, you know, I have the Tyndale House Greek New Testament here. I have the Tyndale House apparatus, the SBL, critical text. I have Codex Sinaiticus. I have over 2,000 books in my library. You see 2,045 to be exact. And I have a plethora of sources. It's not just biblical sources. Look at that. I got all types of stuff. But yeah, all right. So the principles and how do you go about doing textual criticism? So there's some basic tools for textual criticism. Give me 1 second. Quanta, you got a base I can use? A base for my phone charger. All right. All right. So yeah, so there's some basic tools for how to do textual criticism for the New Testament, right? So in the modern day, like I just showed you, we primarily got these critical editions. I don't have Nestle Island text anymore. I lost it in the process of moving to Georgia. So my NA28, I no longer got access to it. I'm going to have to just buy it through Logos, so then I can't lose it. But yeah, basically what scholars essentially do nowadays is they use critical apparatuses of the Nestle Island text, the UBS text, and these are essentially the same text. If I had the UBS or the Nestle Island on my computer, it would be the same wording. The only difference is in their apparatus. The UBS text is essentially for translators, and so it provides more or less a commentary on textual decisions. And the Nestle Island text provides more documents for important textual variants. It lists more documents. And really the NA28 is not really becoming obsolete, but there's a fuller form of it called the ECM. And in 1998, that was actually what Bart Ehrman was commenting on some of the early aspects of the ECM project, where he was saying, according to those conclusions, we're really not getting any closer to the original. What we have today in our modern critical text is essentially as far back as we're going to go, unless we find a whole bunch of manuscripts from an earlier time period, But yeah, so the way critical scholars usually do this is they use these critical apparatuses, Nestle Island, the UBS text, the SBL, which is the book I have right here, and the Tyndale House. That's this one. And like I said, the Tyndale House is the most recent of the textual apparatuses and the textual books that have been established. Scholars essentially will come to a textual variation. And as I just demonstrated on the other website, they'll come to a verse and they'll notice that, hey, manuscripts vary here. What word was more likely the original wording? How did the author originally make these statements? And there's decisions that are made in all of these aspects. So let's go down and try to look at, that's another thing. So yeah, right here in this book, it's just outlining some of the sources. So yeah, outside of the UBS text, you have Metzger's textual commentaries. It's somewhat outdated now because it's based, I think, off NA26. But it's still a very valuable source. And there's a supplemental source for even more of a dumbed down resource in textual criticism called A Textual Guide for the New Testament, to the Greek New Testament.
Bruce Metzger, that's Ehrman's teacher, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Bruce Metzger and Michael Holmes were Ehrman's teachers. It's just now Michael Holmes is a little bit more active in the field of textual criticism than Ehrman, but the only difference between them is theological convictions. Holmes never left Christianity.
Gotcha.
Neither did Metzger. So yeah.
Have either of them spoken publicly about the direction Ehrman is went in?
Who, Metzger or? Well, with Metzger, it's very interesting because when Ehrman published Misquoting Jesus, there was a academic text that he co-authored with Metzger that was published as well. the same year.
Hmm.
So academics were not using more or less the popular level work from Ehrman alone, misquoting Jesus. Academics were more or less sourcing and citing from the fourth edition of Textual Transmission book with Metzger and Ehrman. And you do get a different tone in some senses in the text the academic book compared to the popular level book, you know.
Okay.
And it's somewhat alluded to if you go back and you watch the interview Ehrman and Garfield had. um Ehrman fielded a question from Garfield. I gave Garfield the question. I said, what, Ehrman, what are your views on Michael Holmes' perspective on um the the initial text? Because Holmes, after the debates with Wallace, you know, in the field of textual criticism, it began to be even more of an issue to talk about in Ascons or in autographic text. So scholars began to refine the way in which they talked about the autograph. They began to talk about the initial text. Holmes began to talk about how you could ascertain the initial text by analyzing essentially large textual variants, or the type of variants that are abundant in the manuscript tradition. And so he was able to get to two ways of looking at the manuscripts and their variants. One way is looking at the 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 fluidity, the macro fluidity and the micro fluidity. So, and I know I'm misspeaking right now. I said it right when I asked the question to Ehrman through Garfield, but I'm misspeaking right now, and I know it. Uh, Micro fluidity, macro macro stability, and micro fluidity. That's what it is, right?
Okay.
So on a large scale, there's a macro, there's a big sense of stability in transmission. You know, the type of variants that are really at odds for modern translators are things that are easily reconcilable, such as the spelling difference in the word and. Was it D versus Chi? No difference in English, but in Greek, there might be a difference. But translating, there's no difference. It's a difference in word, not a difference in meaning. So that's an insignificant type of flux, fluxness, fluxality going on in the manuscripts. While there's only a few places where there's noticeable textual variation, such as long ending of Mark, the woman caught in adultery, John 1, 5, 7, and 8. Those are the largest textual variants in the New Testament. So in general, there's a very fixed tradition that has been transmitted over time. And another aspect that's very important, I should have mentioned this earlier, the way the New Testament was transmitted, it was transmitted freely. There was not an original governing body over all of the text. So something contrary to what was going on with the Quran. You know, when the Quran got codified and revised, according to Uthman, there was a fixed tradition. Manuscripts were by the Muslims, the Muslim authorities. They said, we're going to destroy everything that predates this final and official form because we don't want to be like the Christians and vary over certain words, or the Jews. And
Hmm.
so they had a fixed text that was issued by the leaders, Uthman, the caliph at the time. And so that fixedness is demonstrated in the transmission of the Quran because there's very few textual variants in the Quran. There's also very few manuscripts of the Quran at its earliest stages. And we also have to take in consideration that according to Islamic sources, Islam was not from or promoting a literary culture per se. Islam was promoting an oral culture. So the primary mode of preservation was through memory. And
And
even to this
that's
day.
that's something that Muslims stand on, is that there is very little variation, if any, with the Quran, but it's not it's not because of any divine um, situations or interventions. It's more so, as you just pointed out, because it was looked over and sort of basically uh, there was an authoritarian figure making sure that there was no variation, as opposed to with Christianity, the information was being given out freely, and so as people interpreted it, then you variations are gonna come automatically. Am I is my line of thinking correct on that?
Somewhat in regards to the Quran, it's a little bit more complicated because we don't have access to a critical edition of the Quran. Many modern day Western Muslims, educated, academics, are really trying to get the ball rolling on establishing a critical text for the Quran, because then you can take in consideration narratives in the Hadiths and not just manuscripts of the Quranic text as to variations in wording. And there's some very interesting little facets to how that might work out, but we just don't have that succinct information done yet for the Quranic literature. I don't think, and it's not that it's not trying to get done. There's a few different programs in Europe that I know of that have gotten that ball rolling. There's even a scholar out in Atlanta, up here in Atlanta, University of Emory. Their dean of Quranic Islamic studies. He's trying to get a critical edition of the Quran published. He's working tightly with those communities as well. But the type of variation with the Quran is a little bit different because, again, everything was more or less memory. The whole situation in regards to how the Quran came about is fascinating to me, according to Islamic literature. We don't have any non-Islamic literature on this process. Even the opponents of Islam that get talked about in the Islamic sources, you read about them in the Islamic sources. We don't have, the Christian apologists that were saying, "Oh, y'all are still varying over wording." We don't have his works. We only got comments from Muslims talking about him.
Gotcha.
So,
Let me ask you this, or let me say this, I should say, because I want to let you get back to the information, but I got a question for you, two questions regarding James White. Once you get done with the showing the info, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish.
no, we'll go ahead and ask the question. It's cool because I don't have a set presentation. I'm sort of freestyling.
Okay. So my question regarding James White is, has he had it? Well, it's a multi-layered question. I guess it's more like three questions in regards to James White. Has he had any influence on you with regards to your interest in textual criticism?
Yeah.
And okay. Elaborate on that a little bit, and then I get to the other ones.
Even though James White is not formally, at least not yet, because I've been criticized by academics when I published a little article on academia, uh, because I tried to explain textual criticism to my church family, because a lot of the kids were being influenced by Bart Ehrman, and they didn't really know what was going on according to Ehrman, and they really found, especially when at that time I was in Chicago, my pastor, well, all of the pastors at my church were graduates of either Moody or Wheaton. So it was like confusing for them. How could a Moody or Wheaton grad argue like this? What is going on? Why? So we don't know what the Bible originally said, but yeah, technically speaking, if I'm not mistaken, I think James White wrote a popular level work on textual criticism before Ehrman. And that book was used in some seminaries a few years ago, but because of other issues, namely there's no accredited PhD attached to James White. He gets seen as a great Greek scholar or a great linguistic scholar, but according to textual critics, and I'm talking about evangelical textual critics, James White is not a textual critic. He may be a translator, he may have assisted on translation committees, but he's not a textual critic.
Okay, and
That, that
that's my mistake because I've heard him talk about textual criticism so much. I just assumed that was one of his fields.
it, he has taught that field at different seminaries because he has Greek training not from a seminary. He has Greek training from a university setting or a college setting. So you actually get more acquainted with the language in college compared to seminary. But which is why he was consulted for the NASB 1995 update. But yeah, so he's informed, and in general, like I've never heard some scholars, and when I say some scholars, the names are Michael Kruger, Daniel Wallace, or Peter Gurry, say explicitly James White information is wrong, or attack him in a negative sense because of his non credentials with a PhD in the field.
Okay.
So like his work is respected, but it's not, he's not considered a textual critic yet. He's currently in school as a textual critic, but he hasn't got that PhD yet, the legitimate PhD, if you will. And I'm not trying to be pejorative when I say legitimate. There's issues that certain people have in regards to his education. You know, James White has a doctorate. That doctorate is not from any major college or university that's accredited. So it's a problem for some people.
Gotcha. Okay, and then my next question is, did Dr. White have any influence on your move towards Calvinism at all?
Yes. So James White, again, is better known as a theologian, a systematic theologian, than he is as a textual critic by academics. And I find him as a very succinct and well articulate Calvinist exegete. So he has a very, you know the name, he has a very prominent, very influential, online apologetic ministry and things of that nature. So yeah, he definitely was a major influence on certain aspects. But honestly, I want to say vocab was also a very major influence on me. Vocab and Jeff Durbin. They've been doing apologetics and things of that nature for a very long time as well. So, and James White influenced both of them.
Gotcha. Yeah, vocab will be in my city on the 27th. We supposed to hang out, me, him, and G-Con. So I'm gonna try to record and see what kind of conversations we end up having. But vocab a cool dude.
Yeah, I love vocab. I love G-Con. Those are actually brothers from another mother for me. I was a less prominent member of Shield Squad when Shield Squad was up and active.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, I tell people all the time, like I had some criticisms about vocab in that from my perspective, I took exception to him being of European descent and seemingly speaking on Black spiritual issues. And I was talking to G-Con about it. G-Con jumped on the show, and then G-Con reached out to him. Now, you know how big vocab platform is. To me, it wasn't lost on me that he could have ignored my little, at the time, I don't even know if I had 300 subscribers. I only got a little under 700 now. And he could have ignored it and been like, well, I ain't got time to address that. But not only did he address it, he came on the show and been on a few times. So, and with that happening, got more views than I've ever gotten. And every time he come on, I probably get 15 subscribers. So now to me, he did that in kindness because he didn't have to do it. And he knew him coming on was going to get views. You know what I mean? So because he bringing everybody that follow him with him. So, and since then, you know, we just kind of correspond in the inbox and, you know, say what's up, whatever the case may be. So cool dude. I still feel the way I feel, but about certain issues regarding some of his criticisms, but you know, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
All
with
right,
that
so
said, as far as go ahead, my bad.
no, I understand that completely. Yeah, I understand because, like I said, me and Vocab, we have a we have a nice acquaintance. Actually, when he went to Chicago, he contacted me directly and was trying to see if he could stay with me when he was going to the Hebrew Israelites in Chicago with G-Con and Sister Cherry. I just wasn't able to supply a shelter for him because I was living with my grandmother and my granny don't like people. Yeah.
Yeah, some grannies don't like nobody but us.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. So let me try to real quickly finish up on this New Testament textual critical issue introduction thing. All right. So yeah, I haven't really focused in on particular variants. I will in a few minutes. But just to give people a general background on how it's done and what sources are generally being looked at, you have modern critical editions, right? These modern critical editions are formulated reconstructions of what scholars, either as a group or an individual or as a committee, have concluded as to the most likely original wording of the text, right? So these are some of the different forms of these critical editions we have access to. We got Westcott and Hort's text, right? Westcott and Hort's text appealed to basically Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus as superior witnesses to the original wording. So their critical edition, which is the beginning of modern day textual criticism, was primarily based off of these two codexes, right? And again, a codex, for those that don't know, is basically a book form of a document, pages written on the inside and backside of a leaf, bound up like a modern day book. That's what a codex is. So yeah, and it's another interesting literary feature. Christians happened to popularize in the 2nd century the codex. They went from scrolls to codexes. So, in the proliferation of the codex was very influential by the Christians in as a technological advance to hold more than one document in a single volume during that time period. So it's just another little interesting literary aspect of the manuscripts. All right, so you also got Nestle Aland's text, right? Nestle and Aland is more or less a continuation of a methodology where a committee makes textual decisions based on available manuscripts, where manuscripts are given a little bit more weight than, say, a completed codex with multiple hands of revisions in it. And so that's really what Nestle Aland's text essentially does. It follows and informs the reader more or less of the textual variants. All right. Behind each verse. Uh, and again, the UBS text, like I said earlier, the UBS text is essentially the same thing as the Nestle Island text. It just has a different apparatus. It provides more information for translators to give their translation, uh, to give their decision on textual variations. You know, it still focuses on variations that are have significance for translators. And again, so like where I showed you in Mark 1:41, you have variance between which word in Greek is there for and. You know, the translation really doesn't matter, but that word choice, it doesn't have any real meaning for translation. So like that type of variation wouldn't be mentioned in the UBS text. It may be mentioned in the Nestle Island because Nestle Island gives more manuscripts and they're witnesses to words, right? So most scholars use the Nestle Island text over any of the other ones in the modern era, with the UBS as a supplementary text. And you find more or less traditional scholars using either a majority text or the Textus Receptus. Textus Receptus was a document produced originally by Desiderius Erasmus, who was a humanist and a reformer, but for the Roman Catholic Church. He was writing against Luther in a lot of their debates with Luther's 95 Theses that he put up on the door. So the Erasmussen text is basically what's behind the King James translation. Most translations that you think of off the top of the day, you will not really know about the majority text wording because the majority text is not really considered to be very valuable as a standardized text form. Yeah, you have the SBL text, which was a document produced by Michael Holmes. It's a fairly recent modern critical edition. It's different from the Nestle Island text because it's primarily providing readings based upon critical editions, not necessarily manuscripts. So it does do the same thing as the other critical editions. It just has about 300 variants compared to the Nestle Island critical text. Now that number might be off, but it has a few hundred textual variants between the Nestle Island text. And by the way, the SBL text is available for free online, so you don't have to buy it. Even if you download Logos Bible software, I believe it's a free download. You can even get the apparatus for free through Logos Bible software. And last but not least, you have the Tyndale text, right? So, you know, like I said, this is Tyndale, Greek New Testament. Now, the Tyndale text is a little bit different because it doesn't take the same textual base as the Nestle Island text. And the way it's constructed, it's attempting to provide like sentence structure, paragraph structure according to the manuscripts, not according to modern day scholarly approaches to what was likely a new stanza or what have you, if that makes any sense. Let me show you an interesting way that this is done, right? All right, so this is John 1. And now notice that, let me pull it up over here as well. All right, so John 1, the prologue is generally viewed by academics to stop at verse 18. So this is why you see when verse 19 comes about, it's a different paragraph, right? But according to the first 400 years of, because the way that the Tyndale House text is constructed, it primarily looks at the first four. You see, this edition plans to produce the textual. Well, they already got the commentary. Yeah, but right here, one rule used by the editors is to establish the text. The variant must be attested to in 2 or more manuscripts no later than the 5th century. So it's sort of taken a more condensed view of available witnesses in order to consider variation, but also it's also trying to be consistent with the structure of these manuscripts and how they do the sectioning off of sections. So yeah, by the time we get to verse 18, we continue to 19. There's no end. There, Kai isn't the beginning of it's the beginning of a sentence, but the text continues. So the prologue, according to these critics, and according to the manuscripts, would end at verse 20, not at verse 18, as we see in the SBL. It's also sectioned off like this in the Neswa-Aland text. And there's other instances where we could go through Corinthians and certain passages, and you will see a more obvious difference in paragraph structure, stanza structure, comparing the Nestle-Aland text with, say, this more recent critical edition. You know, and also, if you've noticed, you know, earlier I showed John 1:1 on that website. Let me I'll pull up the website again. But if you look at these critical editions, you don't see nomina sacra being mentioned here. You know, you don't see in John 1:1, you don't see nomina sacra for God. You don't see anything like that we saw on this site. Let me change. Okay, stop share. And I'm sorry, y'all, for being so disorganized. But yeah, like you don't see the textual spelling that's attested to in the manuscripts right here. So like the manuscripts primarily have the nomina sacra. The critical editions do not provide the nomina sacra in their main text. What we also have to remember is the original manuscripts were primarily in continuous script. There was no punctuation or anything like that. Another interesting feature, everything is in capital letters. You know, but when we get to the modern critical editions, you get lowercase letters. So these little features, you know, those are primarily done for the modern reader in order to better understand the text, because we are accustomed in all modern languages to read words spaced apart from each other, not as one continuous statement. You see what I'm saying? And not in all caps either. You know, we might do all caps in colloquial talk like Facebook or something like that. LOL, all caps, but not in a whole sentence. And even if it is in a whole sentence, it's being done for a reason to try to emphasize a point, you know, but that wasn't necessarily the thing going on in the earliest community. All right. So yeah, the last thing I sort of want to talk about in regards to textual criticism is some of these very interesting textual variants, you know, because even though there's quite a few textual variants, like I said, some scholars estimate about 500,000. Ehrman said about 300,000, maybe 400,000. Again, the variants don't often change the meaning of the text, but there are some textual variants that do change the meaning of the text. We're going to go down here to Jude 5, chapter 1, verse 5. There's no chapters in Jude, just to let you know. It's just the way that they section it off on this website. All right, so in Jude 5, do you guys see what I see in number 12? we have quite a few different variations for who this individual was that saved the people from Egypt. We have variations saying it was the Lord that redeemed people from Egypt. We have variants saying that it was Jesus. This is another Lord variant. Then we also have a God variant. So this may be an instance of a textual update or a textual variation that could have been motivated by means of theological updating or trying to smoothen it out for the readers or even for the theology of the day. You know, the reason why this is a variant, one of my favorite textual variants, is because, as we see down here, I could also pull it up on the other in the critical text, but the Nestle Island, all of the modern day critical editions essentially agree with Jesus being the one that redeemed the people from Egypt uh, during the time of Noah, or during the time of the Exodus. This is very interesting theologically because it shows that, hey, number one, this theological conception of Jesus being God isn't a later invention. This is something that was attested to in the New Testament, in the manuscript traditions, that may have gotten glossed over or smoothed out because of the theological confusion. Once you read the Old Testament story and you see it's Yahweh redeeming the people out of the land of Egypt in the Exodus story, but it's Jesus? So which one is it? How is Jesus being applied here in this typological reference? So interpretively, this can be a very significant passage for theological change. I personally do think that this is one of the few cases of theological, uh, of attested theological changes from the earliest time period. I think that when we look at the manuscript tradition, we see that Jesus is one of the most abundant readings, and also Jesus seems to be the hardest reading. There's really no theological confusion if you just say the Lord saved people from the land of Egypt or God saved people in the land of Egypt. Those seem to be changes because of Jesus being in the exemplar text. So we can, and by the way, it's not like we don't know what was originally written in Jude 5. We have manuscripts of Jude 5. And those manuscripts, in regards to this particular textual variant, they give us an option. So if the original wording isn't Jesus, we have knowledge of what most likely was the original wording. It either was God or it was Lord. Just because you find variation doesn't mean we can't ascertain what most likely was the original. We have an option. We just have to be reasoned. What if you ever listen to um oh my goodness, what's the brother, the Kingdom Harbinger, um polite, not polite, oh my
Divine
goodness,
prospect.
divine prospect, thank you, divine. And I'm so sorry for that. I'm not trying to throw smut on your name, divine. You know I love you, brother, but yeah, divine
Hey,
prospect.
nah, man, it's too late. You said polite, man. It's too late.
No, 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 no,
I'm just
no.
messing with
It was a brain fart. But yeah, so with divine, he always talks about textual criticism, and he often talks about reasoned eclecticism, right? And reasoned eclecticism is using your rational faculties in order to make a tough decision on what most likely was the original wording. This would be a great example for reasoned eclecticism in order to make a decision on what most likely was the original wording. Interestingly enough, you still get a 50 according to the algorithm of raw data being implemented, not human association with the preferred reading, but according to the raw data, you still get a 56% chance that the original wording was more likely to be Jesus. You know, if we were talking probabilistic theories, and which we will be in a few minutes with historical Jesus and Richard Carrier, the 33% number to a lot of people sounds like, oh, very little evidence, Jesus likely didn't exist. But what about 55% for the original wording being a particular way originally. That seems to give more confidence to what was originally written and our ability to ascertain what was originally written. We really don't have this type of data, this abundance of data available for these ancient sources that we often compare and contrast the biblical data to. So it's very interesting in regards to the New Testament. Um, and some of these variants are very fun to actually look at. You know, one of them I was going to mention that I had up in this page earlier was at Mark 141. You know, and if you can, just copy out this website, share it in the thread. If anybody wants to get it, you can add me on Facebook. I'll send you this information. I don't have a problem with sharing information. All right, so right here. Now, if you've noticed, now this variant is one that Bart Ehrman agrees with. Only according to the critical editions, Bart Ehrman and Michael Holmes have been very public about this reading. They're not the only scholars that affirm that reading as the original wording, but those are just two of the big names in the field that have affirmed this wording. So yeah, this word here means got angry. So did Jesus get angry when he healed the leopard, or did Jesus show compassion? Most manuscripts say that Jesus showed compassion. What type of variant is this? How does this variant come about? If I'm not mistaken, this variant is more or less one in similar sounds. So the terms, even though there's definitely a difference in the number of words, number of letters, the number of letters in the word, they do encompass similar sounds. So with that, you can have a difference in meaning and also a difference in word spelling. So right here, and this is a very interesting manuscript, by the way. It's only one manuscript that gives the reading, one codex, one ancient codex that gives the reading of did Jesus get angry? It's a very mixed text. That mixed text is called Codex Beza. You know, and Codex Beza has a lot of weird, interesting readings. One interesting aspect with the Codex Beza is the Book of Acts. It actually preserves a different form of the Book of Acts than what we're more commonly familiar with. What are those differences? Those differences are the number of stairs that Paul might have traveled in order to go from one location to another location. It's weird oddities, harmonizations, and things like that, and explanatory content being provided in Codex Beza in its variant readings. And they don't have multiple attestation where you can see, oh, different locations had the same reading and hence got copied in the same way. One reading might be an oddball, and for a good reason. I think, for example, at Mark 141, Jesus did not get angry, he showed compassion. But theologically speaking, there's other places in the Gospel of Mark, for example, that show Jesus did get angry, just not at that instant. Here's another interesting theological, or often argued as a theological change in the manuscripts. Does Mark begin his gospel? And this is sort of going to demonstrate the significance of textual variance to some degree, right? So one question is, did Mark see Jesus as Son of God? And if he did, does he begin his gospel by saying, this is Jesus Christ, the Son of God? You know, so as we look right here in some of these early manuscripts, one of these is actually an amulet, not technically a manuscript, but it does attest to this particular verse, the amulet. And the amulet even reads, Son of God. Another aspect of textual variation here is, you know, Son of Abraham. Son of Abraham is only there in one manuscript, you know, so it's most likely not original to the text. It seems to be a later addition by the transcriber trying to provide additional content that he already knew to the text. That type of addition to the text is accessible. We know that this last phrase, son of Abraham, might be more or less a messianic allusion or a messianic identity or some sense, and that's possibly, but it most likely was not original to the text. So that's an interesting aspect. But yeah, so it does Mark call Jesus Son of God, as we see down here. Westcott and Hort, they followed the original hand of Codex Sinaiticus at this point. The Nestle Island text puts it Son of God in brackets. They see it as a very possible original wording, but they're not quite sure in regards to their understanding of if it is or is not originally in Mark 1. Other textual editions, modern day editions like the SBL text, the SBL does not have Son of God. Beginning of the Gospel of Jesus Christ, no Son of God. The rest of these manuscripts, King James has it. The Greek of the King James. The standard text. That's really the original 1550 Stephanus's critical edition, which was one of the primary sources for the King James as well. They basically used three printed texts for the construction of the King James Bible. So yeah, that's one of them. But yeah, many of these texts don't have that phrase "Son of God." Does that mean that Mark didn't think Jesus was Son of God? Not at all, because we can continue to read, and we find that very early on in the same chapter of Mark 1, Jesus was baptized, and after Jesus was baptized, there was a voice that came from heaven. Trying to get there. Should have just pulled it up in a translation. All right. So immediately going up from the water, Jesus, he saw the heavens being divided, Spirit coming down upon him, and a voice out of the heavens said to Jesus, "You are the Son of the Beloved." So very early on, Jesus is identified as the Son of God by the voice of God at his baptism. It's not a theologically complicated issue. It's more or less, did Mark introduce his gospel by calling Jesus Son of God, or did he not? The all throughout, and the Son of God theme is a very important theme for the Gospel of Mark to begin with. So many of these believed textual variants throughout the text really don't, whether it's an individual author or all of the books in conjunction with each other, they often don't hold up as theologically problematic. There's other places to go in the text. This is a point that Ehrman made very clear in his books, in his writings. You know, textual variation does not demonstrate contradiction or flaws in foundational doctrines of the Christian tradition. So the importance of these textual variants, it is very important to know what was most likely originally written by the author. But the overstatement is, once you actually get to doing the work, you're going to end up realizing, man, these variants have very little bearing on how you would even translate a lot of the text in English. A lot of these variants are things like spelling differences, changes in spelling. Like even in English, I don't know if you remember this, but when I was a kid, the word color was spelled differently, just like the word analyze was spelled differently than it is today. COLOUR. There's no more U in color.
That's true.
You know, some people in analyze used to be spelled with a S, now spelled with a Z. A lot of people make this real big deal in regards to the Corinthians portion, where you find the spelling of Christian as Christian. you know, but according to Codex Sinaiticus, that was edited by the corrector. And some of these manuscripts show uh, that they were produced in a system or in a community that was freely editing these copies. And so they functioned a little bit differently. And one of the main goals of even the earliest transcribers was to try to preserve the original wording. They were trying to be honest in the preservation of what was originally there. So yeah, like the types of variants ultimately, according to Dan Wallace, and I think Dan Wallace's numbers are a little skewed. He says if you were to analyze the meaningful and important textual variants, you're not going to get but a difference of about 2% in words compared to a modern critical edition and those variants. And a 2% in words, in light of over 100,000 words in the New Testament total, that's just a few hundred places where there might be a difference in spelling. Christian might be spelled Christian versus Christian. And that it might be a variant. That is a variant, but that difference in spelling was updated very early on. And so even when you try to say, oh, in regards to historical Jesus, oh, look at Crestus. Crestus was his cult. Jesus and those community followers called themselves the followers of, you know, all of this type of, no, they understood what they were writing. They understood what they were transcribing, and they did a good job at trying to preserve what was in the exemplar. We just don't have access to those exemplars anymore. Now, before we get into the next field, there has been a major aspect of textual criticism in regards to apparatuses, and I don't have access to this mode of analyzing the variants, and it's very, very technical. It's called the CBGM method, coherence-based genealogical method. With most of these manuscripts, we don't know the exemplar. So the coherence-based genealogical method attempts to trace consistency in wording to exemplar text to show a coherence in transmission. The problem there is that, according to many scholars, they're using a later text, a later printed text as the base text to include a much more diverse amount of witnesses as possibly being original. So essentially, a Texas Receptus text in the modern era is being used as the base for the coherence analysis of particular words in manuscripts. That's very fascinating, and I cannot break that down to you tonight. That's going to be a whole nother video. I would have to have screens for that.
Got you.
All right, yeah, I'm basically done in regards to how do you do textual criticism. I tried not to be so technical in regards to outlining the exact method, because the method is eclectic. It's eclectic, but it's reasonable. And we do nowadays have access to beta forms of that eclectic reasoning in easy access formats, such as this website, the Center for New Testament Restoration. You know, you access this particular website, it breaks down and it shows some of the data in a very succinct and I think a much easier way than trying to look at textual, you know, critical editions and analyze those critical editions. You know, and I'll show you real quickly a contrast there. Let me go back to logos. All right, so
Check the chat, the private chat for me, bro.
all right. Yeah, we definitely can, for sure.
Okay.
And part two, we'll do the other part. But real quick, and then I'll ask if you got any questions, if anybody else in the chat got any more questions, and we can basically analyze some of that, and I'll do my best to synthesize it for everybody, you know.
That'll work.
All right, so yeah, the way these textual, and this is a little different because I'm looking at it through a digital format. If this was a book, you would have, you know, let's go down here to verse 18. So yeah, right here, if this was a book, if this was a printed text, then you would see the footnote. Then at the bottom of the page, the footnote would say what's on the screen. You find limited apparatus for witnesses providing this particular reading, and you also find contrasting readings in other available witnesses. Um, you know, and you can always get a little bit more in depth with those things. You know, boom, now I got that directly on the screen. You know, same thing with the SPL text. And like I said, they're slightly different in their textual apparatuses. Even though, what does it say? They're different in the way in which they construct their source material. 118. All right, so yeah, right here you just find a very condensed critical attestation of particular wording in the SBL text compared to, say, the Tyndale House Greek New Testament. You get a fuller, but this is much more condensed than anything you find in the Nestle Island critical apparatus as well. But you get a fuller record of variation and reading, you know, and as we saw in the website, you know, when you actually begin to look at the manuscripts and you catalog, you put all of the readings together, you begin to notice that hey, there is variation. People did make spelling issues. People did miscopy. People did harmonize. People did write 2 times over the same line, or they conflated what they already knew in light of their copying process. And so you do find those anomalies throughout the manuscripts, but when you find them, they're very easy, generally very easy to determine and not very complicated to ascertain the original wording. If you want a really good resource for New Testament textual criticism in English, I say go to classic or go to NET Bible, net.bible.org. The NET Bible provides Old and New Testament textual variation in English, broke down via translation. You know, this is and really to better understand the effects of textual variance, just get a good translation, get a good couple of translations, and read the footnotes. Those footnotes are going to tell you the most important textual variants in those verses, you know. And so, yeah, where were we at? We were at John 1:18 in the NET. So, okay. So yeah, John 1:18. Let me move the screen. No one has ever seen God, unique God, or the unique one who is himself. Boom. Now we see in somewhat technical but accessible for the layman jargon on the textual variant. You know, I really think if you want to have an intellectual conversation about what was the original wording, consider the NET, consider NASB textual footnotes, consider the NIV footnotes. The NIV does go off of a slightly different textual base than most translations. Again, most translations are primarily derived from the Nestle Island text. The Tyndale House is not. The Tyndale House is derived from a printed edition of another academic. What was his name? I looked at it earlier. I just didn't share it or I didn't mention it.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, but this is it.
So,
I'm done now.
well, I actually just just added another brother, and I think
Mhm.
you'll get along with him pretty well, like yourself. He's an intellectual, and he's a Calvinist. So I'm gonna make him the host, and then that way the show don't have to end, and you can continue with the rest of the presentation if that's okay.
Oh no, I mean, I'm almost tapped out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but
What,
I
what,
can still field some questions if you, before you got to go, if you had any other questions, or if the brother had any questions, any, because I can't see the chat right now.
Okay. Yeah, and then he did have a question, but yeah, I definitely trust him with the platform. So if anytime you two wanna build on your own, I'll be happy to let y'all just run amok without me. So I call him a samurai because you see how he got his hair, but Leandre, Courtney, Leandre. Um, yeah, my last question is back to our friend James White, and I don't know if you're familiar
Mm,
with the comments. Well, my last two. That's the first of two. The second one is less a question and more of a comment. But as far as this question, I don't know if you're familiar with James White's comments about the black church not being um, theologically sound. I think I'm saying it the way he said it, if not paraphrasing. But not having sound doctrine is the way he stated it with regards to the black church. And Leandre, if you're familiar with that, correct me if I'm saying anything incorrectly.
No, I think that's a fair summation.
Okay. And do you agree with that position, and if not, did you take any offense to his opinion in regards to that?
I'll answer the questions backwards. I don't take any offense to his criticism of the black church and his personal experience or whatever he's been informed about him, because I'm in pretty much agreement with him. There's a lot of church in a lot of communities. It's not just the black community, but church in a lot of communities is more or less just a social gathering spot. Functions a lot as a social gathering with people that don't want to go to the club, or especially in some community settings. You know, they don't want to go to the club, so they go and they dance it out for Jesus. You know, they get that community, um, and they have like worldviews, like perspectives, and they praise it out for Jesus. And yeah, it is very true. Like most, I simply agree with that summation. I think it's very true. A lot of black churches are very much not sound on their theology. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you had went out for a second, but you back.
Okay, yeah, their theology is very much not sound. Quite often, it's not even preached. Theology is rarely preached from the pulpit in the black church, at least from my personal experiences. You might get a little bit of theology with Trinitarianism and prayers, but like the significance of Trinity, the reality of Trinity, Trinity being expositorily preached from the pulpit, it's not as prevalent in my personal experiences. And a lot of black churches are primarily, big communities, like world changers. Like again, they're huge especially in my Atlanta experience. It's mega churches that are primarily social gathering locations.
And see, this is how I know I've been around people like the samurai and my little brother, nobody from Trust and Believe the Gospel, brothers like Garfield and yourself for 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 too for too long now. Because 6 months ago, I'd have been like, brother, you got to get off my channel. I'm Alan Payne from CB4 Black, and I can't deal with that. But it didn't even bother me. Like I feel this is messed up. I can't be hanging with y'all people, man. Y'all taking away my blackness, and I'm fed up. But no, I'm joking. But in all seriousness, though, I would have been seriously bothered by that answer not too long ago. So I halfway feel like I've grown, and I halfway feel like I've not grown. So, but I like the answer. But my comment was, I think you put down a lot of info, bro. And you, what you showed me is, because all this time, just like I told you, being a fan of Bart Ehrman, I thought that textual criticism was more or less a weapon against Christian apologetics or Muslim apologetics, whatever the case was. And you just kind of reversed that, and in a little over an hour or so. So shout out for that, because that's always been my belief, is that the only reason you to be a textual critic is to find errors to use against Christianity. But like you said, you just showed that it's actually the opposite. And what Bart Ehrman is doing, and others who follow in his lead, they may be the anomaly in that situation. So again, just shout out for that. I mean, I can't wait for what you put down in part 2. I'm gonna turn it over to Samurai Jack.
All right, blessings. You have a good night, brother.
No, I ain't going nowhere yet. But
okay.
Yeah, brother Courtney, I just want to tell you, man, I've just been honored, man, to sort of soak up game down here in the chat while Bianchi ignored me most of the time. So, man, I appreciate everything you put out here today, man. Really, really, really glad, man, to have made your acquaintance in this distance fashion. So I had a couple questions myself. If you'd feel so obliged, and if not, if you don't have an answer question, I know you'll answer in a scholarly fashion and tell me that you ain't got it. So first of my questions is in your familiarity with textual criticism and original text and witnesses and manuscripts and that sort of thing, how many text manuscripts or witnesses have you come across where the biblical text was referred to as Helios Biblos? Or Sunbook?
In one, none. No,
okay.
None.
Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, so the reason I asked that question, just to give you a little background, is because it's a common claim here in the conscious community. When I said, though, I don't believe, I'm not a textual critic. I'm not a textual critic at all, but my familiarity is minimal. But I've read a number of textual critics on the subject, but I never heard of it. But one of the things that was stated here, paradigm shift, not by Bianchi, but several of his guests who fancied himself as scholars, was that the Bible was originally called the Sunbook or Helios Biblos. So I just want to clarify, you're not familiar with any manuscripts, witnesses, palimpsests, or anything like that were titled Helios Biblos?
No, the name even for the collection we call the New Testament, that's a later invention by people that codified the text, people that did textual criticism. Like, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be mistaken here, but I think Erasmus was the first one to call the New Testament in Latin.
I thought it was Jerome, but you might be right.
It may have been Jerome. I might be wrong there.
Well, listen, I ain't gonna argue with you about it. I'll find somebody else to argue with about it. But yeah, I thought it was Jerome. But yeah, I thought Jerome did the divisions, Old Testament, New Testament. But again, I ain't used.
No, he definitely did do textual criticism on the text, and he was functioning primarily in the Latin language.
Right.
But he was one of the few early ones that went to the original language text in order to do a textual translation in Latin.
Okay. And okay, so cool. So I got another question for you. Let's see where it was, because I wrote a bunch of stuff down because Pete was ignoring me.
Hey, Dre, hold that thought. Hey, Courtney, I actually am gonna have to turn it over to Dre. Dre, you know how to end the show, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make him the host because I thought they were still at work, but they are actually off. So let me get out of here. But Courtney, I appreciate it, man. Let me know when we can do that part 2, hopefully as soon as possible, and we'll get that in.
Yeah, it might be next week.
Okay. Hope you enjoyed your first experience, man. I definitely appreciate it.
I
And
appreciate you.
to,
Thank you.
to all the family that hollered at your boy when I was having my issues, shout out to y'all. I'm gonna address it on another show, but I'm very thankful and grateful to everybody that looked out for me. So Dre, I'm making you the host, and I'm gonna get out of here.
I appreciate it, old man.
Later.
All right, later, man. Okay. So I got another question. So, as far as this is something that is related to this issue of I don't know, I guess Trinitarian and sort of historic Christian understanding. Can you comment at all? On the nomina sacra? That comes up in textual critical studies and its theological significance.
Sure. I don't know if you heard me disseminate a little bit of the nomina sacra.
Yep, I did. Yep.
All right, so yeah, with the sacred names are primarily terms such as God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, sometimes Son of Man. These are terms that apparently have some type of theological significance, or it might have just been abbreviated because of the limited amount of space that a given individual had to copy out their document. But it does seem to be an early literary feature of the early Christian community, where they had certain terms that they thought were theologically significant, and so they abbreviated them. These terms are called the nomina sacra. Right here we see God as nomina sacra.
Yep.
In the other passage I went to, I think in Mark 1, you see Jesus as nomina sacra, and Christ as nomina sacra. So, and you see different forms of nomina sacra here. And people may look at this and be caught up in the Roman Catholicism aspect, because Roman Catholicism took some of the nomina sacra literary features and implemented it as signs and symbols for the church. In fact, one nomina sacra that I didn't mention is called the starogram.
Yep.
The starogram is the earliest depiction of a crucified Jesus. That's really the word cross being abbreviated in Greek. The first and last letters of cross sort of combine, and it looks like a hangman character. So yeah, like it's that word, the starogram, that pictorial imagery does seemingly signify something. Some scholars have argued that the starogram is actually derived from ancient Egyptian Ankh, but nowadays scholars don't really hold to that view. The best source that I could mention that addresses that would be Larry Hurtado's little red book called Earliest Christian Artifacts. He talks a lot about nomina sacra and starogram, and he even addresses the false Ankh correlation there.
Wow. Well, now you got me over here writing stuff down. I didn't save that as a note on the phone, so so I can check that out later. Didn't know anything about that source, but yeah, that's gonna be one for study. It's funny. Again, this is I'm just so a pleasure to make your acquaintance, because again, it's funny because you've covered a lot of topics. I guess they come up quite a bit, and they get thrown around, I guess, in a lot of conscious circles. I guess I would call them conscious circles. But yeah, so like even like with reference to the starogram, I know there was a Muslim Hebrew Israelite gentleman. I think that's how he describes himself here, and we were talking about a little bit about the starogram. And that sort of thing, and the nomina sacra a little bit, and how these things seem to reflect, at least in my estimation, seem to reflect early Christian theology, if that seems proper to say in your perspective. Okay. Well, so and you touched on some of this a little bit, but this is just for my own edification. What's your overall opinion of CBGM just as a whole venture? What's your thoughts on CBGM? Is it something fruitful? What are your thoughts?
I think it's a very fruitful endeavor. It's just unconventional because it's a completely different mode of analyzing the data. compared to like what has been popularized ever since really Tischendorf.
Yeah.
Because Tischendorf is the founder of essentially modern day textual critical principles. Um, and that was emphasized and continued on throughout church history in the modern sense.
Hmm.
Jerome would be a pre-Tischendorian textual critic that had a lot of manuscript, had access to a lot of manuscripts, and he was very educated. He was very influential. And so, but yeah, a lot of the principles have been derived from Tischendorf's earliest practices, Nestle Island's practices, Westcott and Hort's methods, and they've been pretty succinct. But to many scholars, there's just dispute over, how far back are we going?
Yeah.
Are we only getting to the second century, and are we claiming to get further than the second century in our reading because the earliest form of these manuscripts we have access to begins in the mid second century.
Yeah.
I didn't really talk about dating the manuscripts because dating is a very complicated issue.
Actually, yeah. I was actually one of my other questions. I was actually going to ask you if you could make a brief comment on paleography. So yeah, I don't know if you and how manuscripts are dated. But
Yeah,
yeah. So, but like I said, I know you said just tapped early, and again, you might be needing to run, but like I said, you let me know at any time. It was going to be another question I was going to ask you because it comes up often. So
well, okay. In regards to dating manuscripts, papyrological dates are the primary mode that academics use for. I got you for dating these manuscripts. Um, a lot of holders of these manuscripts, whether they're academic institutions, what have you, they don't want to destroy the little fragments that we got
right.
by doing carbon-14 dating. And there's a lot of issues in regards to carbon-14 dating. Are we dating the manuscript,
Or the
like
material.
the actual the
Yeah.
material, or are we dating the writing when the writing was originally put on the material?
Right.
Um, so it's and then there's issues with just carbon dating in general.
Right.
Um, I actually could have shared. I would suggest for a better understanding of this, consider this orange book that was published a couple of years ago. Hickson's chapter in Myths and Mistakes. I'll share the book real quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. Zoom, share screen. Okay. So yeah, this is the book. Well, let me see if it'll show me the actual title. There we go. Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism, edited by Elijah Hickson and Peter Gurry.
Gotcha.
These two editors are newcomers. As a matter of fact, all of the authors in this book had just recently graduated with their PhD in the field of textual criticism. Most of them are currently teaching in the field at some major institution. Eliza Hickson has become a cohort with Dirk, the primary editor in chief of the Greek New Testament for Tyndale House.
Wow.
So now he's working with, and he's actually found some interesting manuscripts. He's argued P90, Papyrus 90, is possibly a forgery because of the papyrological evidence. The way the letters are formed on the page seem to not have been on the page when the page originally was produced. And so it demonstrates, hey, we might be identifying this as a legitimate copy when it's really a forged copy. It's a fake document. It was an altered document or what have you. So, but yeah, I would, as you see in this table of contents, Eliza Hickson's chapter is where did we go? Determining the age of manuscripts. And I'm sorry the print is so small. But yeah, essentially, what we have to pay attention to when addressing manuscripts, right? All right, so what we have right here is one of the few manuscripts that can be very certainly dated because underneath this little squiggly decorative line, you actually have the date and year of composition provided on the manuscript.
Wow.
You know, and according to Hickson, that this would mean that this was written in February, I'm sorry, September 1st, in the year 1145.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, very few manuscripts give us the actual date on them. So it's very tough to date manuscripts. We either, or academics, I'm not an academic, I'm just learning this information. But according to academics, they told me that I have a pretty sound understanding of some of this information. I'm not trying to brag or nothing in light of my limited education in the field. So yeah, but very few manuscripts have, you know, a date on them. Very, very few. And if they do, they're going to be late manuscripts. They might be parchments, which is a type of manuscript. The majority of the manuscripts in the early period are papyri. And then they go from papyri to leather, parchments, and other types of writing material. But yeah, it's very tough to date these manuscripts. Um, one of the issues in dating, he explains in this book here, you know, because the formation of letters. Some scholars think that, well, a certain style of letter formation might have been prevalent at a certain period of time. So he talks about how the new
Yeah, I was
or
gonna
the
say,
N.
I'm looking at that little hook on the new there.
Oh, right here, yeah. Yeah. So that's considered to be uh, a writing style that's allegedly later than earlier. You know, look at these estimated date ranges, and really these ranges of dates are given by one scholar. And again, it's very complicated because it would be best to speak in general terms as regards to the date because there's a lot of anomalies. You know, P52 has been a manuscript that's really been in discussion because a lot of evangelicals and non-evangelicals talk about P52 as the earliest manuscript, and then they give a very narrow date of 125, which is originally a medium date for the date range
Yeah.
of a 50-year date range. So 125 plus or minus 50. Scholars are generally thinking it should be dated a little bit later than that now. So mid to late second century at the earliest, and early third century at the latest. You know, it doesn't mean that the 125 or the early date is unfeasible. It just means we need to take in consideration some of the comparative sources better when establishing the given date. Yeah, so it can be very, very complicated. Some scholars like Comfort is notorious for giving early dates.
Oh yeah. I've got some Philip Comfort here actually.
Yeah, Comfort is notorious for early dates, and a lot of scholars have criticized them for those early dates. Some scholars don't like Comfort, but they accept the dates given by Nessel Island, and the Nessel Island dates are generally pretty conservative. Now, here's an interesting little feature that I forgot. It's actually mentioned also in Bart Ehrman's book, the Historicity of Jesus book, in the introduction to it. All right, let me see. Patristic sources, codexes. Ninja Skills P52. All right. So the earliest papyrus is P52. That's unanimously affirmed by academics. The earliest papyrus of the New Testament is P52, small fragment of John 18, roughly the size of a credit card or a Mavericks card or whatever, a playing card. According to is dating to the 2nd century, the papyrus could have been written within 50 to 75 years of the autograph of the original of John. Bart Ehrman said something very similar to this statement in that Historical Jesus book. And a lot of people ignored it. I've never really heard people talk about it because if it means P52 could be a direct copy of the original Gospel of John. So we don't know exactly how long the originals lasted. Many scholars think the original manuscripts lasted, in light of usage, about 100 years.
Oh, wow.
So if the originals lasted for about 100 years, and I didn't talk about the way books were produced in antiquity either, but basically an author would create a book or a letter. He would also have a copy of that letter that he would send out. And so the community got one text and he had another copy in case it got lost in transportation to that community or whatever. So there always was multiple forms of the original text in its beginning stages. And you see that more or less in non-biblical sources, like Greco-Roman sources, where they're talking about, certain people running willy-nilly with pre-production forms of a text that's going to be circulating very soon from a given author.
Wow. Okay. So a quick. I got another quick question, and then some practical questions for you. I'm trying to remember the name, but I have Introduction to the New Testament, Douglas Moo and D.A. Carson, and there was a specific section in there. As a matter of fact, hang on, got my wife handed me the book here. Try to find it quickly, but it's funny because they were talking about this the issue of whether or not there was any evidence that the manuscripts, because Bart Ehrman makes a point to talk about kind of a bit about the manuscripts of the New Testament specifically circulating anonymously. And so in the section, I think it's page 141, Introduction to the New Testament, D.A. Carson, Douglas Moo, they were citing Martin Hingel and his studies of the New Testament, talking about the 2nd century practice. That by the 2nd century, it was pretty common for works were circulated to have an attribution to them. Whether or not they circulated with titles, but that they would have, especially at least by the 2nd century, been attributed. An authorship would have been attributed to them by the 2nd century. Are you familiar with Martin Hingel or anything related to that discussion at all?
Definitely am.
Okay.
I definitely am. I've actually written a brief article on the issue of the origin of the names for the books, especially the Gospels.
Oh man, listen, man, come on, man, give it to me then. Let me write this down. Go ahead.
It's actually on my old blog post page. You'd have to search wordpress.com/biblically apologetic. You'll find it in there where I'm talking about Papyrus 66. Make mention, I even show a little diagram that's in Kruger and Hill's edited work on New Testament manuscripts.
I love
from Oxford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kruger. Okay, so what did you conclude? If you don't mind, I'm going to read your article anyway. But what you conclude?
I conclude that the names seem to originally be with the documents.
Man,
I agree with Martin Hengel.
Yeah, man. And it's funny because it was there in the section, and I went and I just logged into the thing and the university login thing and downloaded, and I read it. It seemed compelling to me, but I could have just been just completely wrong about it. But to ask someone such yourself, so it seems to me again, especially I guess if you're going to have the presence of multiple things, especially in a time where forgeries and that sort of thing seem to be common, that you have attribution to specific titles, even if you were just going to write a forgery that you wanted people to accept. You know what I mean? That you wanted to accept as authoritative. Again, that was my own reasoning that I applied after the fact. But anyway, yeah. So I appreciate that. So, well, did you have anything more on that topic before I ask you my practical questions?
I mean, all of the earliest manuscripts that we have of either the first or last chapter of any of the Gospels have the before the first verse, kata
Katamathion. Yeah.
Matter of fact, this is the best. Let me do it this way. So this is why I really like the Tyndale House Greek New Testament, because again, it's primarily focusing on the wording according to the manuscript tradition.
Look, there it is.
And for the first 400 years, it's not going to even have the title in the text if it's not attested to by multiple witnesses in the first 400 years. And the titles of these texts are attested to in the manuscript tradition within the first 400 years abundantly.
So we
like
are
even here you see how before John starts,
yep,
you get Evangelion Kata Lucan. So just like how the manuscripts would initially have been in the presence of the ancients, before and after, you're going to find that part in especially the Tyndale House Greek New Testament.
Yeah. Man, I was just gonna say, so we got the gospel kata Johannes. So we got this gospel according to John, right there, and so we see an attribution there. And one of the things I know that Hingel argued, that this would have occurred, no later than 180, so no later than the second century. We have attributions. You know what I mean? So anyway, so it's funny, but yeah. So one of the things that they point out in that section there was, that we don't have any evidence of a gospel circulating without being attributed, to someone, and specifically some apostle or some companion of the apostle, and especially. And so one of the things it says there is that Hingel argues that as soon as two or more gospels were published, were publicly read in one church, a phenomenon that certainly occurred, he thinks, no later than AD 100. It would have been necessary to distinguish between them by some device such as a title. So anyway, I think that's interesting. That as far as Martin Hingel's construction of it, and no later than 100 AD, you would have had titles or something like that. So anyway, but yeah, I thought it was a fascinating thing. So I really appreciate you for answering that. But yeah, and so I'm glad that they get to see this, on the screen. They see an attribution right up there at the top.
And I'll show you guys real quickly. Modern critical editions normally don't have that feature, where at the end of the chapter you have whatever, Evangelion Kata Luca, and even here the difference between the SBL critical text and the Tyndale House critical text. Tyndale primarily preserves the longer titles because the longer titles are attested to in the manuscripts.
Right. And I think that last point is that the last couple of words, those last three words in the manuscripts. I think that's a really, really important distinction, because we live in the manuscript as the attested attribution to authorship. So yeah, that's really cool. Well, to me at least, but I'm kind of a nerd, so it's cool to me.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. So some practical questions. So you don't despair, like doing this work and looking at this sort of thing and looking at the textual critical editions. By the way, I need your opinion on the best textual critical edition. I think I have the Nessialan 27 up here, but I want your opinion on it. But so you don't despair when looking at this stuff, like, oh my goodness, man, like all hope is lost. Like look at these textual variants. You don't. There's no despair there for you.
No, because I'm willing to take the time to understand all of the footnotes, or at least get a gist of what's going on in the footnotes, and then get a gist of the field. I think there's less. When I first heard Bart Ehrman, I didn't really get despair, because I was like, that everything he's saying is legitimate. It makes sense to me. Uh, but in regards to like some of the numbers, like the estimated 300, 400, 500,000 textual variants.
Right. Yeah, he throw those numbers out there. It's like, when
Yeah, and
he says there's no more variants than words in the New Testament.
that's a fact. Yeah, just as I was mentioning, just in chapter 18 of John, the Gospel of John, there's 3,000 textual variants. But how many of those textual variants are significant for the translation or
Right.
for the original wording? Very few. Why is it that you don't see an abundance of textual critical notes listed in our modern translations in John chapter 18? Because they're fairly easy to reconcile.
Yeah. This is one of the things that that I appreciated. I think it was the Dan Wallace book that I have. I'm trying to remember the title. But my wife actually she took the book from here. But anyway, one of the things they get into is the issue of textual variants, and Dan Wallace speaks about at least 4 different categories of textual variants. And he talks about meaningful and viable variants, and of course, but I know you said before that you thought his numbers were skewed, so we won't get into his numbers that he gave, but in either case, I guess the point that I'm making, and you've commented on it earlier, maybe you want to elaborate a little more, but yeah, there's it seems to me, as a man not on your caliber, it seems to me that there are multiple types of variant, and so like all variant is of course not created equal. So you might have, like you pointed to, a spelling error. You might have a movable new, and that sort of thing, right? You may have, as Bart Ehrman said, and I posted videos of Bart Ehrman saying it before. It's only proof that scribes could spell no better than his students can spell today. And he says, they have spell checking computers, but so a lot of those texture variants, going to be spelling errors, which again, I heard you point out earlier. So it's not as if, to me, all variants are created equal. There are some meaningful and viable variants. And one of the ones you pointed to earlier, which Bart Ehrman makes specific point of pointing out all the time, like he thinks it's important whether or not Jesus was angry in that text. And I loved, and I loved that there was like this, there's the percentage there of of how likely a particular variant is. So I thought that was interesting. But he makes a particular point on that one, and he thinks that's a meaningful and viable variant. So maybe you could say something more about that. Again, I was fascinated when you brought it up on the screen because I haven't seen these percentages before. So I just want I stole your website, and I'll give you no credit for it later.
Oh, it's not my website. This website was utilized as a consulting firm, if you will, for the construction of the Tyndale House Greek New Testament, its most recent edition. So, and
talk that talk, man. Tell us something.
Yeah, and again, the Tyndale House Greek New Testament functions on a slightly different platform and with slightly different modes of looking at the data. So unlike the Nestle Island text, which gives you so much manuscript witnesses in the footnotes for a variant reading, it synthesizes it and then it has a cutoff time period for manuscript consulting. If it's not multiply attested in more than 2 manuscripts by the 500s, it's a questionable verse. Something's questioned, and so it's more succinct and it's more true to the structure of the manuscripts, especially in paragraph form. And as we just saw with the titles and closing. But yeah, so yeah, Ehrman's one that has talked a lot about the Mark 141 variant. And when he talks about the Mark 141 variant, notice he doesn't talk about how other terms may or may not be original to the text. He primarily focuses on this particular reading, this orgistace, orgistace. And that particular wording simply does mean got angry or having been angered. So Jesus got angry or he didn't get angry. And again, so let me do this because the NET is a very very good source that breaks a lot of this down in English for non-academics. Um, and again, the NET Bible is available for free online. net.bible.org, I believe, is the website. And you'll be able to get all of this information succinctly in front of your screen, click of a button. So let's see, 41. And he moved with indignation. Right. So the reading found in almost the entire manuscript tradition is he moved with compassion. Only a couple of Latin manuscripts and one Greek early manuscript have a different term, moved with anger, which is one of the more difficult reading. So according to reason eclecticism, is preferred to pick the more difficult reading. The more, oh wow, I didn't know it's a blood moon outside. I'm about to check that out in a second. But yeah, only a few Latin manuscripts have he got moved with anger, and only one ancient Greek witness gives that variant. It's often seen as the harder reading and hence the more preferred reading, because it seems like that would be a theological motivation to soften it up. But
Yeah.
again, there's more instances throughout the text where Jesus gets angry, even in the Gospel of John. No,
Right.
I'm sorry, the Gospel of Mark.
Yeah, very early on too. So yeah.
Right. And the NET outlines some of that information. So Jesus sent the man away with a strong warning. I think that's 143. And same word, anger. He sort of didn't seem like he had a desire to want to heal the man. In Mark 3:5 and 10:14, Jesus is also said to have been angry or indignant. And we can look up. I don't know why it gave me a different translation, but oh well. So yeah, right here, Jesus got angry. So John 3 has the same. The words there. We can't focus on the emotional aspect of anger, and this is BDAG, a lexicon. So I personally love logos because it gives you a lot of these resources easily synced. If I want to do word study on, say, give me a verse in the Bible where you wanted to know what was the Greek term behind the English word.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just give me a random passage out the Bible, any of them.
Matthew 12:27.
12:27.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. All right. So if I expel demons by Beelzebub, by whom do your sons expel them? For this reason, they will be your judges. All right. So say there was a question over the term Beelzebub.
Mm-hmm.
I could just double tap the term and get the BDAG lexical source.
Wow.
And get a boom. I don't have to jump to a different book like what you got in your library behind you. It's all right there on my laptop.
Yes.
No.
See, I went out. So I don't even know how much logo says. I just went out and bought TD&T, so I could check stuff out. But how much is Logos anyway? And how much they paying you to advertise for? No, but no,
I'm not a paid consultant or promoter of anything logos, but I appreciate their system. Makes a lot of things easy for schoolwork. I've never written a sermon, but it can definitely be very useful for sermon creation. Academic sources, academic resources. Like I could literally cite this. I could press copy, or I could create just what I got highlighted as a PDF, and now I could share this screen that's going to be rendered on, and I get the source.
Oh wow.
I can make it provide more information, but
well, you about to make a commission today? I might buy it. I ain't got to tote around the theological dictionary of the New Testament over here. I ain't got a tote Gerhard with me, but
logos, you will have to repurchase all your books. If you have any type of school affiliation, please use it. They can confirm your school. and see that you're a student or see something like that and give you a discount for your books,
What was
15%.
well, shout out to Fresno Pacific University. We're gonna see if we can make it work. Uh, yeah, okay. So you're not in despair over textual critical issues. Now, I guess that's a concerning thing because the impression that we get a lot of times, especially because as you talked about, and one of the things I love that you pointed out too was the same thing that I've heard William Lane Craig and others point out, and Dan Wallace point out before, that as it relates to like Bart Ehrman, that there's two of them. That there seems to be two of them that you have Bart Ehrman, a scholar, which he has textbooks like that are used for a wide number of issues, and then there seems to be the popular book writer where you'll get a different impression. And I guess I'll say at least a layman might get a different impression.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And I'm about to demonstrate that right now with something I alluded to earlier. Thanks to James White, I learned about this article.
Okay. Okay. Oh, what was it? Something that he brought out in the in the debates?
Yeah, he brought it out in debates. He brought it out in all of his like almost 7-month preparation on his page to the debate.
Man, see, that was nothing. That was something that I paid heavily attention to. So like before the debate and all stuff like that, and then like even watch the debate. I'm like, this brother sitting there, he's gonna quote Bart Ehrman the whole time. But go ahead on, brother, teach us something.
Right. So yeah, this was the article I mentioned earlier that was produced in '98 by Ehrman. Where does it give the date here? Yeah.
Yep.
Copywritten '98. And this is from an online textual critical journal called the Journal of Biblical Textual Criticism. In this article, what Ehrman is doing is he's giving a book review of some of the early portions of the ECM. ECM is the New Testament Greek edition critical major. So it's an extremely critical edition of the New Testament that is being utilized for updating the Nestle Island text.
Yep. I think I got one of those here.
Yeah. So and this is in '98. So they produced more volumes and more sections of this text nowadays. Let's see. Never going to change. I've been arguing this for several years now. Okay, here we go. Let's go with starting off with point 19 in his review of the ECM project. In my opinion, and this is all Bart Ehrman in '98, in my opinion, we need to reconceptualize the tax for textual criticism. If the primary purpose of the discipline is to get back to the original text, we may as well either admit victory or defeat. Depending on how one chooses to look at it, because what does he say here? We're not getting close to the original text than what we already are at. So when you hear Bart Ehrman, and this is why when Garfield made it known to the Dagger Squad community he was going to interview Bart Ehrman, I had to ask what was his view on Michael Holmes' conclusion on macro stability, and microfluidity of the textual variants. And it sort of shocks me because I know how that perspective is being utilized by some academics. That perspective is being utilized as a form of the tenacity of the text argument that was popularized by Kurt Aland a few decades ago. And the tenacity argument is not really wide. Well, it's complicated. Like academics, even evangelical academics in the modern day don't really talk about the tenacity of the text, the tenacity of variant reading. They primarily talk about the stability of transmission.
Right.
And with Michael Holmes' research, and this was all relevant to the ascertainability, if you will, of the original wording in light of the type of variants we got. Holmes basically said in his analysis, he came to the conclusion that, look, we have very fairly sure ground to stand on in regards to the overwhelming majority of the wording for the New Testament in its original language.
Right, which is something that he says near the end of that there, which I thought was interesting on that point. I was reading ahead as you were talking. He says, I've been arguing this for several years now, sometimes to the discomfort of my colleagues in the field. But I have to say that this edition does nothing to disconfirm my view. There are masses of data now available for reconstructing the text of James, several times more witnesses than available, for example, over a century ago to Westcott and Hort. How much has this mass of evidence affected the textual complexion of the book of James? Almost none at all. The two changes to the Nesiolin 27 text and this, the NA 27, Nesiolin 27 text and this new attempt are completely minor. As I should point out, in both cases, the text now reads exactly as it did in Westcott and Hort's edition of 1881. So and I just want to think about that. Going back to 1881, right? You're talking about over 100 years ago. You know, like 140 years ago now. That, you know, we haven't found some radical changes in the text, even though the amount of manuscripts that we have available to us now, you know, in manuscripts and witnesses that they've exceeded what we had even at that point in time. And we can still, I guess, at least from my point of view, I guess how I would say it is, we can still have confidence in the reading of James that we had previously. So anyway, I guess that's striking to me. And I don't know, what are your thoughts on it?
No, it's striking to me as well, and primarily because of this to Bart Ehrman view from the popular versus the academic works. Like even to this day, Ehrman's PhD thesis and its slightly abridged form known as corruption of the New Testament, you know, his I think it was an Oxford produced book. That book is still seen as very influential, well articulated, and succinctly made, and it's still considered a great read in the field. So I mean, like, yeah, like that's part of the reason why I don't have like absolute despair in the ascertainability of the original wording. The good part about what Metzger and them argued, not Metzger, Outline, was the tenacity argument, you know, and even though it wasn't very well, you know, like argued for, it was more or less implied. It's more or less implied after you've done this research for a very long time.
Yeah.
You know, and I've noticed this. There's a scholar by the name of James Leonard. I think he graduated from Cambridge. He's a Coptic scholar, but he's also a New Testament textual critic.
Let me write your brother down. What you said? James Leonard, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm writing this down.
He's on Facebook. I don't know if he's willing to add a lot of people to his friends. He's an older gentleman, but he is willing to inform and share content on textual criticism, you know, from an academic perspective. And yeah, that was another thing. Like I mentioned earlier on, I made an article for my church because of the textual critical issues being prevalent when I was teaching Sunday school classes.
Yeah.
And when I shared that, before I shared it to the church, I shared it to an evangelical text, like Facebook chat with actual academics. Names such as James Leonard, Elijah Hickson, Timothy Mitchell, Dan Wallace was in there, but he didn't comment on my article. Tommy Wasserman actually commented on my article. Tommy Wasserman is like a big dog in Switzerland in textual criticism.
Yeah, I think that might have been one of the people. I'm trying to remember. I think Ehrman might have name dropped him one time. I'm trying to remember, but continue on.
Yeah, and like even though my article is probably as scattered as my presentation tonight, those academics gave me encouragement that, hey, even though you're not a PhD, you understand these issues better than most of the PhDs that we're teaching.
Yeah.
And so that gave me a lot of encouragement. And so I've been encouraged in light of my endeavors, and not just from evangelicals. I've been encouraged by non-believers in regards to just trying to take a sober look at the data and recognizing the goals and aims of the field. Once you do that, you sort of minimalize a lot of the polemics that often get emphasized. And now you're given a little bit more leeway to analyze the data on your own.
Yeah. Would you say there's a difference between sort of conversations that go on in scholarship versus conversations that go on the internet about these same issues?
Yes, but not really. It's complicated. I find the very same issues, perspectives in my online classrooms at Grand Canyon University as I do with many of the non-believers, and a lot of times in non-academic communities or non-student communities.
Yeah.
Because and it's fascinating. Like, a lot of people they argue from a set conclusion in order to conclude with their set conclusion.
Right. Yeah. So you have your idea, and then you work to confirm it.
Right.
As opposed to at least in the West, are more, I don't know anything about Eastern education, but as opposed to our more a Western idea of what scholarship is that, you begin with your hypothesis, and then, you get some data, and then you develop a theory that explains the available evidence. There's the presence of some who have their conclusion to start with, and then everything that they do is working to confirm that. If I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, that's essentially what's going on. Like, okay, especially like in the conscious community, and this is not to throw shade or hatred towards anybody in the conscious community, but the conscious community comes from a place of distaste in regards to Christian tradition. So a lot of them simply acquiesce their own intellectual faculties to an academic that's considered to be a consensus scholar. And then they just adapt those consensus scholars or these very interesting academics' perspectives or outspoken academics' perspectives as facts. And they really don't question anything in regards to the methodology, even when that methodology being applied to is not their actual methodology for justifying anything that they generally agree with.
Right. Yeah. Yes. So you see that bit of like inconsistency there. It's like, if we applied the same methodology to X, Y, and Z over here, what will we be left with? And it's like, so how consistent are we willing to be, with applying, whatever this principle is in order to draw this conclusion? Because to me, at least, it seems like it's something that is rather convenient, I guess, in many occasions. Like one of the things that you pointed out earlier, as I heard, is when you were referencing like textual critical work on the Quran. Textual critical work on the Quran, and I've heard scholars say, if the same textual critical methodology was applied, like to the Quran as there was to the Bible, said the Quran would just collapse, under the weight if you had to apply the same textual critical methodology. I've heard numerous scholars say that, and I remember Bart Ehrman one time in a debate was asked whether he would, do this textual critical work on the Quran, and his answer was no, because he values his life.
Right.
And so, anyway, and it was interesting because, again, this was during a debate. This is a Q&A he was asked at came up during the Q&A, and he's like, no, I wouldn't do that, because then, he has to worry about, whether someone's going to, lop his head off or something. And so I've heard people like of the Islamic faith, Nation of Islam mostly, tinge of Islamic faith, cite Bart Ehrman, and then like avoid that comment that he made, like, okay, well, yeah, but use the same methodology. If you can think what you want about Christianity, he says no major doctrines of the Christian faith are affected. That part is ignored, and then they say, the part about, like, if we did the same thing with the Quran, you have nothing. Like, you're left with nothing. So yeah, but just echo your.
It's very complicated with Ehrman, especially in regards to Quranic textual criticism, because he's done little interviews about the Quranic stability and transmission, and he said very clearly that there's very little textual variation, if any, in the Quran.
Yeah.
And I think those statements coming from Ehrman are not so well reasoned by Ehrman.
Yeah, yeah, because he doesn't articulate what that is and what that means.
Right.
You know,
even
like
in regards, like I found it interesting when the Birmingham folios were mentioned by the BBC and everybody else a couple of years ago.
mhm.
The Birmingham Codex, it was identified as a codex, and the articles, the news articles, make it seem as if it's the whole Quran.
Right.
It's only 2 pages of the Quran, and there are some textual issues within the literature. Outside of the textual issues within the literature, there's calligraphy issues that give problems to possible dating according to papyrological dates. There's also an issue in regards to the coding on top of the page. They use, if I'm not mistaken, it's either a 7th or a 9th century gum to cover the page as if to preserve the wording on the actual document. And so later on, you can't come around and erase it.
Yeah.
And alter it. So so the carbon dating, it's complicated on what aspect of the carbon dating is actually being addressed. Are we addressing, the wording, the ink? Are we addressing the manuscript? Are we addressing the gum? Because all of that information is relevant, and all of it is part and parcel to these particular finds.
Right.
But yeah, with Ehrman and Quranic studies, if there's anything outside of the Bible in general, he speaks very generally about it. It's not that fine-tuned academic. Even people like Richard Carrier have noticed things like that from Ehrman. Richard Carrier loves Ehrman.
Yeah. I know it is. Even I know that they had like back and forth about the existence of Jesus. So like I watched. I think Ehrman was on. I think it was like the Unbelievable podcast. I think he was talking to Bob Price and Richard Carrier about the existence of Jesus. But so it was funny hearing him respond to claims. But yeah, but I know Carrier loves Ehrman.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I would have talked about New Testament studies a little bit tonight, but because my PowerPoint presentations are acting up, I really wasn't able to construct like a presentation and have it like a fixed guideline on today's conversation.
Yeah. So just to make another comment. So like I was reading some Islamic scholars, like in this would be something that's like a textual critical issue, because like in the Quran in its present form now, and a lot of the manuscript evidence, you have the name of the prophet as Muhammad, and a lot of Islamic scholars say that this is not the original name of the prophet. That Muhammad was a later addition to some Quranic text. They were saying, that this is something that, and I'm trying to remember with the specific, but it was multiple scholars that were saying pretty much the same thing, that it was like, but it's the same methodology was used by some of the people who love to cite Ehrman. And again, Ehrman doesn't go into detail. He doesn't clarify a lot of stuff when he's talking about other religious texts, such as the Quran. That the confidence will lead these people, but yeah, it's just the way that he explains things, I guess, when talking to popular audiences, is in such vague terminology that they get a false sense of confidence when talking to a Christian, and then a false sense of confidence when talking from whether it's their like atheistic point of view, or their Islamic point of view. But Bart Ehrman is cited often, even though again he's like you couldn't do this kind of work on the Quran, without having to worry about, losing your head or something like that. But anyways, yeah, I thought that was really interesting. So I appreciate you for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And I think, let me see, I had something on my screen because it was something. As it relates to the particular text about the woman caught in adultery. What's your position? Now, I've read Ehrman and Metzger, with their work on I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like a critical something on the New Testament or something like that. Oh no, a commentary on the New Testament. on the Greek New Testament, they have a specific segment there. And I read Metzger's his own separate work on it. What's your opinion on the specific section related to the woman caught in adultery?
First and foremost, you're talking about the co-edited book with Ehrman and Metzger?
Yeah.
The 4th edition? All right,
Yeah.
so I'm in general agreement with their assessment of the material. And in regards to the historicity of the narrative, I think that it has some historical precedence. I just don't think it was part of the original gospel of any gospel of the New Testament.
Yeah. So and that's one of the things I thought was interesting, because as I'm reading through this section, and they're talking about, that there's early attestation to the historicity of the story itself, and it was like, but whether or not it belongs in John or one of the other gospels, that was really the question that I think that if memory serves, that they were talking about for that section. It's like, it's that it has an early attestation which says, that this is likely some historical account. It's just whether or not it belongs in John. In John, at that specific section was the question for them. So that was. So anyway, it was an interesting read. It was an interesting read on that section. So So you think it may be like comes from like the particular period of time or something like that. But but does it belong in John? Yeah. Oh,
right. Yeah. I just pulled up. You see, so this variant appears in both John and in Luke.
Mm-hmm.
It appears in the Family 13 documents, which is allegedly part of the so-called Caesarean text type. I didn't talk about text types because scholars are more or less moving away from the text type assimilation.
Yeah. I know you're talking about text types or language families and that sort of thing, and but that's probably more of a scholarly conversation anyhow. But but continue.
Yeah, it does, like you said, it does appear in Luke and also in John, but the wording does seem more or less to look like Luke's wording. The grammar in the woman caught in adultery, it doesn't seem to. If you take it out of the Gospel of John in chapter 7, it just continuously flows without any hiccups in theological or argumentative presentation. I do think it has some historical precedence. I think it's very much like some of the information we get in the Gospel to the Savior, or the Gospel of the Savior, which is a non-canonical work that preserves some Jesus sayings and Jesus traditions.
Yeah.
And I do think everything that Jesus did is not contained in the New Testament.
Right. Yeah. And that's something that I think that we get from the Gospel of John as well. They says, if everything that he said was, was written down, it'd be enough to fill, all the libraries in the world. So, we know that we have more statements from Jesus. Obviously, he didn't just talk just a few times that we have just in the Gospels. He, it's very likely talked much more than that, unless he was silent, at every other point in time in his life. So we can have other recorded statements of Jesus, to your point.
Right. Yeah. And it just gets a little complicated, because the issue of if it's original to a text is different than if it's a historical narrative.
Man, listen. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Listen, if you could just say one more thing about that, because listen, I'm so glad that you brought up that distinction. So could you give me one more sentence about that? In scholarly fashion, like you did. I don't know, maybe in layman's term for somebody like myself. What do you mean by that when you say that? When you draw that, what's that distinction mean?
Yeah, sort of like what I was talking about when I brought up Mark 1 and the variant of Son of God there, or even the additional variant that's attested in only one manuscript, Son of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
So like those type of variants, depending on how you conclude on the first verse of Mark, is it a theological change if you remove Son of God from John 1? No, because you go down a couple more verses, Jesus is baptized and he's called Son of God by the Father in heaven. There's an oral voice, the heavens open up, and there's a voice that says, "You are my beloved Son." So you still got Son of God language. It's still a very important theme. And the historical veracity of the content, right? Because in regards to Jesus's baptism, like this is an aspect of Jesus's life that's multiply attested,
Right.
and most scholars generally accept it as a historical figure, historical aspect of Jesus' tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And with that in consideration, you notice that there's differences in the way the narratives are told. Like the Gospel of John doesn't even talk about the baptism; it implies a baptism.
Right.
You know,
Just it's just just assume that it was a baptism that occurred.
right? And so there's there's little features like that which support the historical veracity or the verisimilitude of a given event. But the historicity of a given event versus what somebody originally wrote down are you can't assess if the event happened if you don't have any words written by
Right.
recording that event.
Right.
So one step is the precursor to being able to analyze it, let alone exegete it. So yeah, I mean, and yes, these are very much interrelated fields. Textual criticism and exegesis are very much interrelated
Right.
because one of the critical features of how to do textual criticism, authorial consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Try to make sure that certain readings are expressed consistently, or yeah, consistently according to the author. Uh, Try to follow the structure, and like when we read books, we often don't think about, or even music. I think music would be a better analogy here. Like when we listen to music, uh, are you a hip hop fan?
I am.
All right, so yeah, like when you listen to music, you don't have to read or look at your screen, look at your phone, and know who's singing a particular song,
Right.
or to even know who's biting from another artist with a particular swag or
Right.
style. Uh, so like you can generally tell, no matter the song, when Jay-Z's on it because of his wordplay. And Jay-Z's wordplay is so intricate that it's very hard to duplicate.
Definitely.
So but there's also there's easily distinguishable features between Jay-Z and Nas. These are both very lyrical artists.
Mm-hmm.
And even though they have very intricate wordplay respectfully as individuals, if you read a Nas song and you're familiar with Nas' rap style and his lyrical content, the way he constructs narratives, paints pictures, you would be able to generally get a grasp of his flow presentation, and you can generally get an understanding of like, oh, these are topics he's going to talk about on the next album or whatever. And they're always unique to Nas.
Mm-hmm.
His method is same thing with Biggie. Like a lot when Shine came out and when Gorilla Black came out, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Gorilla Black's the new Biggie Smalls."
Hey,
Oh,
listen. Over here,
Shine's
I don't know
the
where you at
reincarnation
on
of
the West
Biggie.
Coast, but especially
Um,
when Gorilla Black came out, it was like, oh man, that's the new Biggie.
yeah, right. But there's very obvious differences in lyrical content, uh, skill with rhymes, schemes, narrative content. There's big differences between Gorilla Black and even Shine and Biggie. Like Shine was more gritty than Biggie, even though and even Gorilla Black, and they all rapped about the same general topics.
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, and so like yeah, like you can decipher, you can once you get acquainted with an author or an artist or a piece of work, you can generally, oh yeah, maybe like John 1:18, for example. Maybe John 1:18 originally didn't read Son of God or Unique Son, Monogenes Theos, or Monogenes Huios, it more likely. And why? Because we have evidence to assess, and the evidence attests to a very widespread abundance of theos instead of huios, God instead of Son.
Yeah.
So even though it's a very important theme throughout the Gospel of John to identify Jesus as Son of God, so that's just a unique aspect of John's literary writing, and paying attention to the whole corpus of John's works, you notice he's very title laden. He uses a lot of titles to talk about Jesus. He even has certain numerical significances to terms being utilized on Jesus's lips. So, like in the Gospel of John, you get 7 I am statements.
Well, I think there are 8, but I guess I've always been curious why they say 7. But to your point, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's significance to to the way things are written. So one of the things I like is because what it sounds like you're describing to me, and you got to clear it up for people who slow like me. It's like there's like a fingerprint that we can examine, like of writers, like and same thing, like you said, we can do in hip hop. That in like a textual critic can look at and examine the fingerprint, like the grammar style, how they were speaking, and that sort of thing. Does this flow to sound like for example, if my wife shoots me a text message versus her best friend has her phone, I know if it's not my wife text. Is it something like that? Is that what you're saying?
It's very similar to that.
Yeah,
very similar. Like you get, especially with people that you, and now that's also like a supplementary aspect in regards to authorship.
Yeah,
because writing styles, especially for the Pauline corpus, or the certain epistles within the Pauline corpus are disputed. Paul got a couple of personal letters, not just occasional letters to church community. He got personal letters to individuals.
Yeah.
And canonized. So it's very interesting. And I mean, now in regards to authorship, and that wasn't really the topic of today's discussion, but in regards to authorship, it's a very interesting aspect because you can have a very prolific writer there, like N.T. Wright, for example. N.T. Wright has some very technical books, and he also has some very dumbed down explanatory books for laymen. And you can still tell it's N.T. Wright's books no matter which book you're reading.
Yeah.
Because of his vocabulary, but in the same sense, you can tell, oh, he's condensed some certain information and tried to make it clearer for less informed academically for the layman,
Yeah.
And so yeah, like you can tell some of those type of literary features. And yeah, it can be problematic, especially in regards to authorship, because the letter you write to your wife won't be like the same letter you're writing to the president in order to try to get these gas prices down.
Right.
The text message you send into your wife, baby, please get the diapers for the baby, or your significant other, however the relationship is, or your family member, it's going to be a different tone, different type of verbiage. Somebody you grew up with, even, they're going to get, especially somebody you grew up with, compared to someone you just recently met. The person from the past, they might only remember how you acted as a 15-year-old,
right?
A clown, and you still have those clown tendencies embedded in you. It's just now because you're older, you're more mature, you know how to cover it up better, and so now you come into getting reacquainted with someone that you met 15 years ago, and they knew you very well 15 years ago. Bro, you changed. Nah, man, I'm still a fool. Watch this. And then you end up doing cartwheels down the street.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, people change, issues change people, religions change people. A lot of things change. And again, the audience, you got to be aware of audience reception, the possible audiences,
Right.
in order to disseminate, writing styles.
Okay. So two questions related to that issue. One, who wrote the book of Hebrews in your estimation?
Yes.
Okay. Listen.
No. My answer. I'm beginning to agree. I'm beginning to agree very much so with David Allen Black. David Allen Black. He has a really interesting little book on the authorship of Hebrews. He breaks it down really well in a YouTube interview as well. But he holds that.
Does he go with the view that there's a sermon of Paul, and maybe that explains the differences?
He holds to this Pauline text.
Yeah. So he may have influenced some of the writers that I guess that he may have influenced some of the writers I've read on the topic. But yeah, like when introducing, that different style of, of like as we were talking about, like, different themes, different styles, different audiences, and that sort of thing, right? Like, you talk to your wife may be different than the way you talk to an employee or to an employer, that sort of thing, right? So yeah, like some of the arguments I've heard, and they seem pretty compelling to me. It's like, this would be Pauline authorship, and then giving specific data points and that sort of thing like that. To point to is like, this seems Pauline, this seems Pauline, this specific language. Is like, it seems like, with some of the scholars I've read said, it seems like a sermon of the Apostle Paul. So what was did he say what sort of writing he thought it would have been? Was it a sermon, letter, an epistle? Well, I guess epistle and letter.
I think he says it's a sermon. I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure, but I think he says it was a sermon originally constructed and presented by Paul, and that it wouldn't have been accepted if it wasn't from a well-established authoritative figure, apostolic figure.
Gotcha. Okay,
and he does argue against the Apollos and even Lucan authorship.
Yeah. Which were two, and I think those two things are responded to in this intro to the New Testament, Douglas Moo and D.A. Carson section there. About whether it's Lucan or Apollos, or whether it's the Apostle Paul and sort of thing. But anyway, but I take the Pauline view.
If you like Kruger, get his edited intro to New Testament. It supplements and provides a little bit of updates to a lot of the things mentioned in that Zondervan book you got.
Gotcha. Okay, well, see that, man. See, I knew I liked you. Okay, and then my last question on textual critical issues. My last question in general. How does the use or presence, the sort of ancient presence or practice, if there was such a one, of the use of an amanuensis in construction text, how does that affect readings that we have, and sort of noticing families and stuff, like, would that be something that constructs the way that a particular text is read, the grammar, that sort of thing? Can you comment on that at all?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. I've never thought about it in that mode, but the way I've thought about the amanuensis issue is more or less in the general historical context of book production.
Yeah,
books were in the ancient time period, more likely than not, constructed by means of either a slave or a slave that was trained to be an amanuensis.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't realize that slaves were hired to learn to write for families, whether they were little letters going to other people or whole textual constructions. Slaves were educated by their master, paid, had their education in order to write for their master. So the process of
I was gonna say, there's I know Ben Witherington. He brings this issue out right here that you're talking about. In his it's a socio-rhetorical commentary on Corinthians. So anyway, so that was fascinating. We were talking about, like slaves and amanuensis and that sort of thing like that, right? Being hired for that purpose. But continue. Don't let me interrupt you. Keep on educating me.
Yeah, I could pull up that papyrus because I got the papyrus. It's not translated in Logos though, but I got the papyrus in the Oxyrhynchus collection I got here on Logos. But
and that's the other thing I was going to ask you about Oxyrhynchus, but we'll have to do it next time. But I want to ask you about Oxyrhynchus because it's always
you can ask it after I address this issue.
Okay.
So yeah, in regards to proliferation of variants through amanuensis, I don't really think that was the process of copying of these
Right.
documents.
Right.
We have a very mixed bag of copying, source material or artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these manuscripts were more or less likely produced by especially early on, they were likely produced by non-trained scribes.
Yeah. And I mean, you got a whole history going on with the church at the time, with the Christian church at the time. You didn't have, like the amount of time that the Jews would have had in textual criticism. I mean, in copying, of the older Jewish manuscripts. If I'm correct in that, you had like a short period of time where they're copying like rapidly and pretty quickly disseminating text. If I'm correct.
The texts are definitely being copied rapidly and shipped about throughout the known Greco-Roman world to Christian communities to be read alongside of the Tanakh.
Right.
Our earliest evidence of that is in 2 Peter in regards to Paul's letters. And I actually date that along with scholars like Kruger to mid 60s or the early 60s, 2 Peter. So, but yeah, like there's precedence for these books having early and widespread circulation. And now the issue of copying, again, it's sort of it's not really problematic, but it just depends on the epoch we're looking at. If you're looking at the earlier time period, it's more likely than not that it was a non-educated trained scribe copying those manuscripts.
Right.
Sometimes that actually produces a more consistent text than what an actual trained scribe would have done. Because the ignorant copyist is not concerned with the methodologies,
right,
such as harmonization or correcting, things of that nature. So we actually, in some instances, we get
doctrine. He's just copying what's on the page.
Right. So in some instances, we actually do get very well written copies, most likely produced by non-trained individuals. Now, the most of the trained copies are coming later on in history, where you got monasteries in place. So that's after the 4th century, so and you have monks that are literally scribes and students of these literatures, and they're just copying out documents all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where we get the most expansion of words in the manuscript tradition in the later period. And one of the possible reasons for that is because you have more trained scribes going back and correcting and adding what they thought was original because it harmonized or smoothed over a particular passage. One example of this is also in Mark 1. Let me try to go there real quick. Mark 1, what verse is it? It's where it talks about, it's talking about the gospel as written in the prophets or as written in Isaiah. And then it quotes Isaiah 40, Exodus, and Malachi in a conflated quotation with Isaiah as the primary source for the quote.
Yeah.
Now later scribes, they did make some textual changes there because they knew that this was a conflated quote. So they changed it from Isaiah to the prophets, as written in the prophets, instead of as written in Isaiah. And historically speaking, it was more common for especially Jews to use the most prevalent name
right
in the community in order to give a particular citation.
Right. And also considering sometimes the way in which they will be bound. So you would have them, and that's not a practice that would have been strange to them. But later on, those monks and scribes, they would have tried to correct that issue.
Correct. Right. Exactly. I just can't find the verse right now. Nowhere it said it's in Mark 1. Um, I wanted to show it to everybody so that they could see what I'm talking about a little bit, give a little bit of a visual presentation. Do you know the passage I'm thinking about in Mark 1?
Yeah, I think it's right in verse 2. I think.
It's verse 2?
Yeah, I think it's
That
verse
might
2.
be too far down. Sending out before me, he prepared the way before you. Yep. Okay.
Verse 2.
Yeah. All right. So what you're about to see, let me share the screen real quick. And again, I'm primarily sharing tonight this beta version of a critical edition that was utilized for the Tyndale House Critical New Testament. But yeah, just because I feel like this breaks down a whole lot of the issues in a more visual format than what a lot of people may conceptualize. But yeah, so yep, Prophet Isaiah. So some of these manuscripts don't have the word Isaiah here. So let alone the definite article before the Isaiah to Isaiah. So yeah, so right here we do see a little bit of textual variation. A name was taken out. The definite article was also taken out in some manuscripts, and because the scribe knew what was coming up was a quotation of multiple verses, they just changed it to the prophets, plural. So they pluralized the original wording in order to smooth out the conception, you know, and again, this is a conflated quotation, you know, uh, following on. And for the sake of layman, let me get the Greek off the screen for a second and pull it up in an English text. All right. All right, so Mark 1, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah. Yep, so instead of in Isaiah the prophet, the majority of manuscripts read in the prophets, except for Irenaeus, who was in the 2nd century, and that's something I didn't mention. That also doesn't get a lot of hype from Ehrman in his presentations, the patristic evidence. Ehrman wasn't necessarily a patristic scholar, though. You know, he's done more patristic work after he did his textual critical work, and he is a church historian, church father historian, because his PhD was on Didymus the Blind, and Didymus the Blind's ability to remember very well much of the New Testament in memory. So very interesting stuff. But yeah, so Irenaeus is apparently the earliest non-manuscript, non-biblical manuscript attestation for this reading, Isaiah the prophet. We also have codexes, family 13, right? Mentioned right back here again. And the earliest evidence of this is possibly in the 5th or 4th century in another manuscript.
Yeah, you got Washington Leonis there.
Washington, yes, and Alexandrinus.
Yep.
So the difficulty here is that he wrote in Greek, but it is preserved in Latin. And in Isaiah the prophet, only the letter Latin translation in the prophets. So the prophets seem to have gotten preserved in the Latin text, while the Greek earlier manuscripts preserved what most likely was the original wording. You know, and it does also happen to be a harder reading, and it's also widespread. It's a widespread reading. So there's good evidence, internal evidence to and correlative evidence to demonstrate that the original wording was most likely Isaiah the prophet. And yeah, right here, you with each little partial allusion, you see Exodus 23 and 20, Malachi 3:1. The rest of this is essentially from Isaiah 40. And it's weird because the construction doesn't begin with Isaiah 40, it ends with Isaiah 40.
Yeah.
So emphasis is interesting, and we got to remember that the way the ancients did book citations is different than us in our modern day.
Right. So I can't take like anachronistically say, that, I don't know, my Chicago style format or my MLA style format or even my SBL handbook of style formats. Like, they didn't do it like that. Therefore, they did something incorrect. They just had a different standard of doing things then.
Right. Like I didn't even show my Codex Sinaiticus, but like this is a digital copy of Codex Sinaiticus. You see, even Codex Sinaiticus has in it nomina sacra throughout the main body of the text. You can hold, and you get the full word. So this is Theo. But yeah, like these are little features that you really don't conceptualize when you're just reading academic books. You sort of have to dig into the material in order to understand and see how the arguments actually function, and see how the material supports or doesn't support a particular reading, wording, or variation.
Yeah. Yeah. See, man, it's so useful stuff. People slow like myself. Okay. So, final question now. I said that last time. It's final question. Okay. So it's going to be in parts, but what is Oxyrhynchus? Two, what's going on there presently? And three, what do you think it was historically?
Very good question. Oxyrhynchus is known as an ancient garbage dump. Um, it's it's a very important location for archaeological inquiry because archaeology. Ooh, I should pull that part up real quick. That just made me think of something else that a lot of people don't understand um, about archaeology. And yeah, the book I'm pulling up is going to be from an evangelical, but he's trained at University of Chicago. He's an Orientalist from University of Chicago, Syrio-Palestinian uh, academic. All right, so this book called The Case for Biblical Archaeology, Uncovering the Historical Record of God's Old Testament People. It's really a very general introduction to textual criticism. Not textual criticism, the field of archaeology. All right, so I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. All right. So, what a lot of people don't understand about what archaeology is known by Stuart Pickgutt's famous dictum as the science of rubbish. And this is a very interesting aspect of archaeological inquiry. The way archaeologists go about digging in areas and looking for material culture in order to reconstruct these ancient people's lives is by looking primarily for garbage heaps. Because in these garbage heaps, what do you find? You find those great finds that often get presented in movies like Indiana Jones as, the Ark of the Covenant type finds. But usually, time and effort goes into lost and forgotten heaps of ancient locations. So, yeah, archaeologists primarily looking for shattered pottery, broken small finds. And this is primarily what they find in their digs. Broken small finds, destroyed buildings, a few, if any, documents. And so they are extremely, extremely excited when they find deposits, large deposits in garbage or trash heaps. So I don't know why I just did that. That's what I get for double clicking too much. But yeah, in trash heaps, because it's definitely a garbage field, So yeah, Artsaricus is a garbage dump. It's a location in Egypt. They have an abundance of ancient Greek documents, and actually What the Oxyrhynchus finds did was demonstrate that Greek was a very common language in antiquity. There was a period of time in uh, academic circles where Greek was seen as like this mystical language. Nobody really spoke it. But that's no longer the case because we have these very large cache finds, such as Oxyrhynchus, that have multiple levels, and these levels are still being analyzed because they're still digging there. They're still sifting through the material of rubbish that was found decades ago. And so every year there's more and more manuscripts being found, more and more manuscripts being dated, considered, uh, according to the strata in which they were found in the pile of rubbish. Sometimes you can find datable material in the same layer. So now, you have a general understanding of time periods in a particular level of dirt accumulation or trash accumulation. So Oxyrhynchus is a very important site for that reason. It also preserves for us the majority of these papyri manuscripts for the New Testament. Um, in abundance, in abundance. Again, every year manuscripts get found. There was an interesting I didn't mention this. It's important to mention it because a lot of people were wondering about it a few years ago, ever since the Wallace and Ehrman debate, the first century Mark fragment.
Yeah. I avoided asking about that earlier, but yeah, I was going to ask you what your thoughts were on Wallace's, in that whole thing. I know he apologized since, but yeah.
Yeah, scholars, no matter how well credentialed, evangelical or non-evangelical, can be persuaded by sensationalistic claims. It's happened with Karen King, with her manuscript of Jesus being married. It's happened with Wallace, Evans, Craig Evans, Daniel Wallace. It's happened, Gary Habermas. It's happened with quite a few mainstream evangelical academics who talked about that Mark fragment.
Oh, I didn't. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember if I remember Gary Habermas say anything about it, but yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I do. I think I actually do remember him making reference to it. But yeah, huh?
Yeah, a lot of. So with that, and it's very relevant that I bring that up because right now in biblical studies, not New Testament, but biblical studies, there's a little amulet circling around being attributed to the time of Joshua.
Oh yeah. I saw. So the whole Mount Ebal is the Mount Ebal amulet, if memory serves. But yeah, yes. So with the thing, and so I even saw some presentation. I think Dr. David Falk, he just released a video. I think it was yesterday. I think I didn't get to watch it yet, but it was about the amulet. But continue on. Let's hear about the amulet.
Yeah, the amulets are interesting find because no matter when it's dated, if it is what they're making it out to be, it's a very important find. And it might actually be the precursor to a tradition that gets popularized in the Hellenistic period. So there's a lot of overplay for the underlay because of, according to Falk, one of the reasons why he thought uh, the amulet was getting so much press for the Bible Seminary, the school Scott Stripling is affiliated with, the Bible Seminary, is because with the pandemic, you have a major decrease of students attempting to get a formal education. So they need monetary revenue. Now, Folk didn't mention that particular school's issues and finances. He spoke from what he knew. He talked about TED's, Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, and them having to lay off like 20%, or because of a drop of 20% in student applications, they had to lay off a very influential amount of academics, because they can't just keep paying people to fill up classrooms and not have students in them.
If anybody in there listening to school, ain't nobody getting no money, so send to charity.
Right. And so like that's a possible reason. But personally, I'm more or less in line with Folk, even though when I first heard about the find, I was like, man, I really hope this isn't like what was going on with Wallace.
Yeah.
And we're still sort of in limbo because the academic peer-reviewed material hasn't been published yet.
Yeah.
Now, from my knowledge, one of the major contributors to that amulet has already submitted his portion, or the article has been submitted to the peer review process.
Yeah.
That's according to Greshon Galil, who was one of the epigraphers of this manuscript, of this amulet.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to publishing that. Fine. So, okay. So as it relates to Oxyrhynchus, do you think it was always like a trash heap for manuscripts specifically? Do you think that they were like copying there and just because one of the things happened in Alexandria, they're taking copies of text and copying them. Do you think like at Oxyrhynchus, they were like, there's another site, bring me, such and such text, we'll copy and throw out the old, I don't know, like maybe, more worn out copy? Like, is that the impression you get about Oxyrhynchus?
That's a very strong possibility. I mean, we really don't know about how those manuscripts got into those garbage dumps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of speculation over how those manuscripts got there. We really don't know if they were just overused copies or if they were placed there due to, Roman persecution of Christians. We really don't know what might have been the case for why they got there. To my knowledge, off the top of my head, I don't know of any particular find so far at Oxyrhynchus that is commenting on Oxyrhynchus as a garbage dump.
Yeah.
Or this, if someone making an off-the-cuff comment, oh, if I messed up the last paper, so I sent it to the garbage in Oxyrhynchus.
Yeah.
I don't know of any off-the-wall or side comments made like that in that regards. But it's a lot of speculation. I actually would love to go to Cambridge and or Edinburgh, where they have a whole lot of these studies being conducted at Oxyrhynchus.
Yeah. So one of the things I try to give, because I know they published a bunch of stuff online. It was even a book I picked up just the other day, and it was like a bunch of the recent finds at Oxyrhynchus. So just commentary on what they were, and then like if it was small and specific fragments. I have it in here somewhere. I don't remember where it is. I haven't finished the book yet, but yeah, it was like recent publication of finds at Oxyrhynchus. It was a little small little thing, like just the stuff that and as they're finding stuff all the time. They don't always publish everything right away what they found there, but it was like a recent publication of some of the more recent finds. So anyway, I thought it was, it's fascinating stuff to me. Just thinking about that ancient world, and just think about it as like a place where you threw out like old manuscripts or something like that, like whatever they were doing with the stuff there. It's just interesting, that this is one of the like a good source for finding biblical manuscripts and manuscripts of other writings. So anyway, it's just fascinating to me that ancient world is far more advanced than I guess I've given them credit for in the past.
Right. Yeah. Now I got a question for you. How many of those books behind you have you actually read?
Well, so you notice. So I've read a number of them. A lot of them are references, like with the Theological Dictionary of the New Testament stuff, and there's Bible and dictionaries and that sort of thing like that. As it relates to some of the ones like Qumran in Jerusalem, which is over here, and stuff on the Dead Sea Scrolls, stuff on textual credit. Like I got Philip Comfort up there, Michael Kruger, Timothy Paul Jones. Some of his response to Ehrman, I got Ehrman up there. So with a bunch of those, I've been through. But yeah, with a lot of the books I have in here, they're references. So I'm familiar with a bunch of stuff that I sort of go to all the time. So yeah, but my problem is, and my wife would tell you that the big problem with me is that I'm constantly buying more. So there's a bunch of stuff back here that I haven't even had time to read yet. I just lover of knowledge, and so I like to try to gain just get an understanding of stuff. So as far as the references,
you prefer physical books?
Yes, indeed. I really prefer physical books. I'll get distracted if it's on a computer and online. So it's part of the reason I think my reluctance for Logos, because if I get online, I'm going to get distracted. I'll be on Craigslist and stuff like that, looking up old school. So yeah,
I understand completely.
Yes. Yeah, so like if I get one of these, it's easy to distract myself, set my phone across the room, sit down and do some reading. It's real easy. But if I'm reading something on my phone that's an ebook or something like that, text message come in, I'm off. You can't get me back.
Right. No, I understand that completely, because I just do. I understand that completely. That's one of my biggest problems when and I primarily use Logos on my phone, only use the computer form of logos when I'm doing like papers or schoolwork.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like it can be very distracting on the phone. It's a little bit easier because you don't have to deal
Right.
with Google
Yeah.
on
There's
the
no
computer.
notifications popping up on here telling me I got a text message on this thing. So
Well, you got to change your notification settings.
yeah, I definitely do. Because, man, I tell you, man, I get on the thing and it's like, text message from like, who is that? What's going on? And it's like, such and such commented, then I get online, I'm arguing with people on Facebook and I get thrown off. So yeah. Well, Elizabeth, I don't know, any concluding comments? You've covered a lot and I'm just, I'm really glad to have made your acquaintance. Any concluding comments?
I really appreciate this platform, Paradigm Shift. Thank you very much for supplementing the brother Pianki tonight. I really appreciate that. I really have enjoyed this conversation and the opportunity to get some things outlined in regards to textual criticism.
Yeah. Well, this is I'm not bald, nor am I Pianki. He's kind of chubby and bald. So I'll just say this. Thanks you all for tuning in. Hootie hoo to my brothers from New Orleans out that way. EI to the brothers from Missouri, like Pianki and them out there. West side to those of us from California. And we don't really care about y'all on the East Coast. But thank y'all for tuning in to Paradigm Shift TV 314. I've been your co-host, sort of, Leandre, and we thank you to brother Courtney Thompson for chiming in and giving us an amazing education here today. So I'm gonna reach out to his brother here, see if I can learn some more stuff. And just appreciate y'all. So
check the Zoom messages. I just sent you my number. So
okay. Yep, I got you.
You can get directly in contact with me, and I can give you access to my personal logo software. I don't got a problem with that.
Man, I sure appreciate it, man. Thank you. See, look at God. Won't God do it?
I'm telling you, this is why Dagger Squad love me, because I get them a lot of material. Man. I don't care if it's pro or against Bible.
Hey, listen, man. The truth is the truth, man. So we all got to be able to deal with it. So whatever it is, if it's the truth, people need to know it. So it doesn't really matter how they're gonna use the info. If it's the truth, it got to be known. So.
Yep.
So yeah, man. Okay.
All right.
Man,
you be blessed, brother.
Are you?